backflipping out of the start gate. This place is erupting.
Saying hello to the new world champ, baby.
Welcome to the Georgia Pro. Stop number 4 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are fired up. This place is absolutely glorious. We've had a long wait to get going with the Georgia Pro, but luckily the wait has included some powder skiing and some incredible cultural experiences. Georgia has delivered in spades once again. The Caucasus Mountains providing the absolutely stunning backdrop to the Freeride World Tour. My name is Derek Foose, and I am joined here by former Freeride World Tour competitor Hadley Hammer. Hadley, the vibes are high today.
The vibes are high. The athletes look excited. The forerunners had some great reports on the snow conditions. I am very excited to watch some skiing and snowboarding.
Yeah, it's been an absolute roller coaster of conditions, of nerves, of feelings, of everything. We got here, it looked like a D-1 comp on a different face. Then avalanche control, safety mitigation, of course, number 1. It proved that that wasn't going to be the day. And then we sat down and weathered the storms. We had a bunch of snowfall on the face. Then we had some wind. Then we had some cold. It's been everything. But what it's shaped up to be is magic.
It is. It's really impressive. It's impressive the way that the riders have been able to sort of move through all the changing conditions and really enjoy being here in Georgia.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, going to the end of the weather window on this one has been the best thing for a lot of the athletes. The jet lag is gone. The freak-out factor of competing on D-1 is released. Everybody's been here for long enough. They feel comfortable in the environment, comfortable with the snow. They've had plenty of time to pick their lines. And the mountain looks insane. It looks fantastic right now.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this venue, and I really think it's one of the best here on the Freeride World Tour. It has so many options on it, just a lot of different variations, and we'll see what they do with it.
Yeah, freeride diversity at its finest here on the Kakhiani face here, the Georgia Pro. This is quickly become one of the athletes' favorite stops, and for sure a fan favorite. Watching this event last year, just blowing minds. All 4 categories just popped off completely. My expectation is the same today.
Mine as well. It was really fun to watch last year's during the few days of storm we had this week and just getting ourselves amped up for the show. Yeah,
exactly. And the riders have just been having a blast. There's a little resort right next to their hotel, so when we couldn't get up here to Tetnuldi, it just went, kind of haywire. You can see here we've got skiers and snowboarders on skis. The ski women and snowboard women, the 4 of them switch kits as well, so nobody could even tell who was who, but they just had such a good time. Those down days, I think, are so good for the athletes' mental and psychological state. They get to hang out together, put the time in together, athletes from all over the planet. Now, after 6, 7, 10 days, a month, however long we've been here, they're bonded, they're locked in.
They are, and we also learned that the skiers are quite good snowboarders, but maybe not the other way around.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a shift. The snowboarders having a blast though on the skis. I think it was Audrey Hebert. The only match she could find for foot size was Marcus Gogan, so she got his board stiff 191s to have a go at skiing on, and she was having a good time doing it. Okay, so we're gonna dig in here. This face has proven to be a spectacle at best. We're gonna take a look at the GoPro face preview.
As Derek said, this is the Kakhiani face. It's such a beautiful venue. Again, it's only the 2nd time the tour has used it. It starts pretty high, just like Verbier. We're at 3,000 meters, 3,170 to be exact. 37 degrees, not the steepest of the venues, but it certainly has some pitch to it. And it's about a 300-meter ride, so these guys' legs are going to be burning. It's not a quick one. And there's certainly ways to use quite a lot of the venue. You'll see that there's 3 main guts, 3 chutes that the riders can go down, which leaves a lot of room to play.
Definitely room for interpretation. The scoping, absolutely critical. And you and I talk about this a lot, Hadley. The undervalued skill of visual inspection. It's so incredible what these riders are able to do. Now consider, if you're a viewer at home, they have not been on this face. They have not stood on the edge of any of the cliffs that they're going to go off. They've looked at it from the bottom, from the side, from the top, but not set ski or snowboard on this face. So everything that you're going to see them do is based off of the calculations they've made, and maybe a little bit of a splash of pixie dust and cross fingers.
Definitely. I mean, you have to imagine what things look like from the top, and they're not going to look anything like what they look at the bottom.
Yeah, and I think one thing we've got in good place. Oh, we've got our judging criteria here. So let's take a look at what the judges are going to be looking at and looking for. First is line. The more difficult line you choose, the higher it scores. Of course, control matters. If you put a hand down, if you put your butt down, your back all the way down, or a full fall, the ultimate loss of control, the judges noticing and taking notes. Technique, that's how you move your board or your skis on the snow. Are you bending it, or are you just skidding around? You know, that technique really matters, and we see a variation in that in the great runs. Fluidity is the speed, but the speed relative to the terrain that you're in, not just pace. So if you're in very steep technical terrain, are you moving through it? If you're traversing, are you traversing for something? And then air and style, this is what we're all here for, the showstopper, the tricks, the big air. Are the riders able to add style, add variation to the jumps and features that they're doing? Put those 5 things together, you get an overall impression. That gives you a number out of 100. Here is our judging panel, the creme de la creme. Jacqueline Pollard out of Alta, Utah. We got Lolo Bess, Laurent Bess, the commissioner, Laurent Gauthier, Larry from Whistler in Canada, Bertie Denervaux, and we have Sandro Chopikashvili. He is from right here in Georgia. That's our video judge, so he knows this terrain well. He's also a certified mountain guide, so he's been guiding clients around in the Caucasus Mountains up until today, but he's also judged at the qualifier and junior level. Sandro knows what he's looking at. The judges have the eagle's eye. They had to boot pack up there this morning across the venue from this massive face. Hadley, let's take a look at the weather today.
Yeah, we've got a beautiful day. This is the day we've been waiting all week for. It's a little bit chilly, 16 degrees, keeping that snow perfect, this north-facing event. Slight bit of wind, but really we are looking at a perfect comp day. The conditions, as Derek talked about earlier, they've been changing all week, and what we have right now is a really wind-packed cold smoke powder. It's kind of the perfect snow for ripping fast turns.
Yeah, we were lucky enough. You can see there in the far left side of your screen, we got to ski down beside the venue this morning, and it was face shots galore. The riders are in for a glorious time here at the Georgia Pro 2025. We are ready to go. We'll be right back with Snowboard Men. Well, Georgia is providing. We are at the Tetnuldi Resort out of the small village of Mestia, and this place is absolutely spectacular. When the sun's out, you can see forever, and the Caucasus Mountains just stretching out as far as the eye can see. Some of the biggest mountains, Tetnuldi standing right behind the venue here, as we're going to look at the overall rankings for Snowboard Men, our first category of the day. Victor de la Rue holding on to 2 wins, so he's on a nice even number, 20,000 points. Enzo Nilo is chasing, though, and then the rest of the pack, as we see down down towards Tim Schroeder, Holden Samuels, Cami Armand, and Tilden Woolley. Scores are pretty tight, and with 10,000 available for a win, some riders are going to be looking to jump up and over onto the good side of the cut line, including these two, Cody Branwell and Conrad Niven, looking for a strong result to get rid of some of those less favorable results that they've had so far. Anybody's game here, anybody's day. It really just comes down to who's got the line dialed and who's feeling it.
Yeah, so here's our start list. Holden Samuels out of the gate first. He is coming off a second place in Kicking Horse, so he's pretty excited. And then as we go further down, we have Cody Bromwell. He's really got to set one down for us. And then we have those top guys, both Victor Delarue finishing off, and then Tim Schroeder closing the day.
Yeah, closing the day for Snowboard Men there, Timmy Schroeder. Cannot wait to see these guys as we take a look here at our peak performance fun bet fan favorites. 90% of you feeling that Victor Delarue is going to land himself on the podium, and then Enzo Nilo and John Penfield have in the 50s, 56 for Enzo, 51 for John Powell. So this peak performance fun bet is your opportunity to get some skin in the game. This is Fantasy Freeride. You make your bets, and there's big prizes from peak performance available at the end of the season. So we have started this comp, so if you haven't put your bet in now, you blew it. But you can get in for Fieberbrunn and for Verbier and get in the running for some of those prizes as we see the pan all the way up this Kakhiani face and that FWT start gate just looming over the top. And hopefully we're going to see behind the Caucasus Mountains, just insane. That's Tetnuldi. That is a 5,000-meter peak in the background. These mountains, Hadley, huge.
Huge. We have Ushba in our back, Tetnuldi in our front. It's really such a place where you feel inspired.
Yeah, inspiring indeed. And, you know, it's easy to forget when we have those cloudy storm days. You're out riding around in the mountains, but as soon as it clears out, it's just, you know, it's a very quick way to feel very small in the mountains, being in these enormous peaks. This is a great view down the face in the central couloir. You can see that big rock pillar as Holden Samuels there, the guy who's going to kick things off, just putting his final checks on before he straps in and gets this thing started, hopefully with a bang. I'm excited to watch Holden ride today.
Me too. I'm really excited to see all these riders. I'm impressed with the way that they sort of embraced being in Georgia, took advantage of all of the cultural activities provided for them, and now they're, you know, back in that mindset, back ready to compete and to win. Yeah,
down at the base lodge this morning while everyone was putting boots on and gearing up, the overall energy level was just through the roof. The riders are so fired up to get this going. I think conditions are a part of that. The long wait, everybody's feeling good. You know, they feel like they've had the time they needed. That was one of the things that was definitely at a bit of an ebb earlier on when we were looking at running right off the bat is the freak out, again, freak out factor, you know, when you're running first thing in the weather window. But now everybody's had time to come to terms with what's going on, had plenty of opportunity to face check. So I'd say everyone's about as ready as they could be.
They definitely are. And here you go. You can see this view. There's Ushba there in the background. Such a beautiful valley. If you have not booked your ticket to come to Georgia for a ski trip, 2 thumbs up.
All right, so we're getting word from the control tower 2 minutes out from Holden Samuels lighting this stick of dynamite and getting the Georgia Pro 2025 underway. The Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance has been traversing the globe. You know, we haven't seen each other for a bit. Last stop, Kicking Horse, and we've come across the world to see this absolutely spectacular venue. You see there, Swiss rookie Remy Benamo. He's been having a solid start to his season, and those mountains just stretching out in the background. There's just so many aspects of this that are so exciting for the riders and us as well. You know, we get to tag along on the flying circus here at the Freeride World Tour and see these athletes just their superhero performances. I really enjoy the diversity of venues. You know, if you take a look, going from Kicking Horse on the ozone face to now here in Georgia, very different, but equally requiring a deep freeride skill set.
Exactly. This one has just so many options, and I think it's also nice when they're new venues. We've had a few of them this year where there's not a huge history of riders that have done them, and I think you see more creativity. People aren't just going after the winning line, they're searching for the winning line.
And one thing to take note of, the snowpack is different this year. Last year, Tetnuldi had an absolute, you know, banner snow year. So a lot of the cliffs were smaller, things looked different, things were shaping up quite differently. This year, it's a more, I'd say, traditional amount of snow, you know, historically traditional amount of snow. So some of the features that were in last year are not on this year. Some of them are bigger. Some of them have really different takeoffs. A lot of the walls have been a bit scoured by the wind that we've had. So definitely a fresh take. The historical data that you can get from watching old comps, or the one old comp that we've had on this face, it's useful, but it's not going to be the be-all and end-all.
Exactly.
Well, you see there, we do have 2 starts available for the riders. If you remember from the Georgia Pro last year, a few riders, Victor De La Rue, one of them specifically, came out of the pyramid start, but then had to be pushed uphill to get to this point where you can drop in off the cornice. So the organizing group, being nice to the riders, throwing a couple Georgia Pro flags in there so those riders can start there instead of having to make their way around the back of the ridge and uphill, especially for the snowboarders. It's a little tricky and kind of a weird way to start your run, hopping on your toe side edge.
Here we have it. What a beautiful face. I think everyone should hold on to their seats. I believe this will be an action-packed run from all these riders.
Yeah, we are just slightly under 1 minute away from the Georgia Pro 2025. Stop number 4 of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. If you're just tuning in, Snowboard Men, the first category, and you haven't missed a thing, because Holden Samuels, our first man out of the gate, is standing up there in the in that start pyramid. I just can't get enough of these views as the drone pans around. 360 degrees of glory. It's so spectacular. Here we go. Moonlight Basin's own from Big Sky, Montana. This is Holden Samuels. He is riding a wave of confidence after finishing on the podium. He's been trying to manage speed. Sometimes he goes a little too fast, but he found the exact recipe at Kicking Horse, and he's going to be looking to repeat that now. Holden, again, so confident, so strong on his board, and absolutely not afraid to send.
Holden Samuels dropping 3, 2, 1.
All right, Holden is heading down on course, right onto that heel side edge, looking for his entrance off this top cliff.
Oh, and he finds it perfectly, going way deep into the snow. So powder conditions on the Kakhiani face, and Holden back up and riding again.
Back up and riding. It looks like he might have had a small tumble in that first landing, but he's organized himself again, taking another cliff, straight fall line into this gully.
Now you see Holden's opted for that central couloir where there are plenty of options down below, a little bit of a peppery cliff band. Holden popping over that. You can see the snow is quite deep there now. It's a mandatory air from below him. Holden pointing it in the fall line.
Perfect.
Little tail press on the landing and solid outrun.
He's getting out of that shadow line, finding the sun, finding those nice turns. Again, the snow at the bottom, all the forerunners said was perfect POW skiing snow.
Yeah, and you can see Holden riding in the shade here. We've opted for an afternoon comp, as this is a pretty close to due north-facing venue. So we wanted to give the light a chance to get on it so the riders could see, and so we can see the riders. As Holden Samuels, first man through the finish, and we even have deep powder in the finish corral. All right, Hadley, let's go back through this replay. That first air, a little tricky for Holden.
Yep, it looks like he did a punch front from our angle, and then recovered and set himself up for the second air, in which he was able to stomp it. You can see that deep snow that these riders are getting into.
Yeah, Holden just disappearing into the snow and then pointing it right off the nose of this bottom air, compressing the legs. Every single squat and deadlift he did all summer paid off right there. So you can see there on the judging bars, control a little bit docked from the punch front up at the top feature. We saw this in Val Thorens. Sometimes powder in a competition has a little bit of a double-edged aspect to it, especially when you're running early, you don't have any tracks. So Holden going down there, but we'll see what the rest of the Snowboard Men's field is going to do with the information that they just got from Holden's run.
Exactly. I think with this wind, the wind deposited snow in different areas, so it's not a perfectly smooth surface. You don't know where you're going to get a little bit deeper.
All right, judges dropping the score for Holden Samuels. It's a 62.
Finally get to sit in the chair.
Excited to sit in the chair. Yeah, Holden with his second place brought himself above the cut line to 7th overall, and he's going to want to stay there.
He sure is, yeah. So we'll see if a 62 is going to be enough in this powerful snowboard men's field, as Holden takes his seat in the Dina Star hot seat there, looking comfortable. Beautiful sunny day here. It's actually quite a bit warmer down at the bottom. Up at the top there, riders are in the wind. As we move back up, our next rider out of the gate, goofy footer, riding currently out of Denver, Colorado. It is Michael Mon. He's got a podium already this year at the second stop of the Freeride World Tour, and just off the podium in the last one, sitting in 5th overall. Technique, this guy has it. The more technical the terrain is, the better. So he is going to be looking to light it up here on the Kakhiani face. Michael Mon getting ready to push out of the gate and get his day started. He was in a good mood this morning. So excited.
That's going to say this morning he was all smiles. You could feel the confidence radiating off of him. And I think we'll see that in his riding as he shoots out of the gate, heading towards that top ship's prow first cliff band.
Yeah, slightly different angle on it than we saw Holden take, going a little further fall line, landing in between the rocks perfectly, getting on that heel side edge and launching over that next cliff band. Great start of this run for Michael.
Like you said, he can put the board where he wants it and just stomps everything he wants to stomp. Heading for the, oh, spoke too soon.
He landed right in Holden's bomb hole there. And underneath the new powder, the snow is quite compressed. It's a bit firm. As we see Michael Mon now speeding down into the lower section, there's this little peppery mini cliff band, and then it kind of closes out, and you can see some old avalanche debris. But he found perfect transition on that one as Michael Mon flying out. So 2 runs, both with little bobbles in them. Michael going over to get a big slash on that wave. Oh, that one's going to make the highlight reel for sure.
That was for his soul for sure. Nice, making his way to the finish. He's a really great rider. He's sitting in 5th overall, coming off that 4th place kicking horse.
I landed right in your bomb hole. Oh no. I couldn't see how to go. It was great, except I tommied out of your bomb hole right into it. I'm sorry for this, bro.
All right, well, we'll take a look back. I love this start from Michael Mon. He got the grab, perfect transition on the landing.
Yeah, he's really so solid. You can see both of those first landings were 4 points spot on. And this is where it looks like, as he said, landed right in Holden's bomb hole.
Oh, perfect.
Perfectly.
Yeah, could not have aimed that better to land in Holden's, the bomb hole, the track that Holden left when he landed in the exact same spot, and then Michael just controlling his speed, popping off the tail, laying the board down, tail first, so to avoid that punch front that we saw Holden have earlier, and then a couple little poppers at the end. So solid run for Michael Mon, but again, similar to Holden Samuels, a bit of a control issue in the run. So we're 2 riders in. There's definitely some tricky aspects to this. You know, again, sometimes with powder, something we don't get on a hard pack comp is those holes. And a hard pack comp, riders just leave tracks. But now there's a big divot there as we see the score coming in for Michael, just below that of Holden Samuels. So 59.
Nice, good job. It's the longest I've ever been in the chair for people. Proud of you, brother, still.
There you can see Michael, always a good competitor and a good camaraderie.
Absolutely. So we're heading back up to the top. We are underway with Snowboard Men here at the Georgia Pro. Absolutely stunning backdrop as we're awaiting our next rider in the gate, which is Enzo Nilo.
It just makes me want to go riding. It's hard to look at all those mountains.
All right, here we go. So this is our current leader and the runners-up and where they're sitting. So Enzo right now with 1 win, Victor De La Rue with 2 wins, and Jonathan Penfield with 2 podiums, 2 third places. So these 3 riders all in the running right now and battling for that yellow bib, the golden bib, sorry, I should say. It is gold. And Enzo Nilo out of the gate and on to the face.
Onto the face quickly, right off that ship's prow. He's moving faster than the first 2 riders. Able to move through those 2 bomb holes, and a 360 off of the second.
Oh yeah, Enzo Nilo floating the backside 3. He's got some aggression in his body language as he comes down. Now he's gonna wanna line this up perfectly, laying out the backflip. Enzo Nilo bouncing out of the landing. Looks like it's hard to avoid that bomb hole now that Holden left. You know, when the first rider takes kind of the perfect trajectory, everybody else gets hung up in the track, and then they're sent straight into the same thing.
Exactly, and that bomb, it really just makes the landing a completely different experience for the other riders.
Oh, Enzo going neck deep into the snowpack there, just exploding. Big tail butter, and oh, unfortunately coming undone there. So Enzo Nilo not quite having his way with the Georgia Pro. Maybe Georgia Pro had its way with Enzo.
Exactly. I think this is something that we'll have to watch with the rest of the riders, is these tracks that are laid are quite deep. Like that snow is thick and compressed, and it leaves its mark. And I think the riders up top will start adjusting after seeing all these riders go down.
Just look cool.
Well, that kind of tells you the whole story there for Enzo, but I love the way he started this run.
Yeah, really committed. He knew exactly where he was going, found that transition perfectly, and straight off into the second with a 360.
Yeah, back three landed perfectly. So the upper section of the face, definitely a little bit more friendly. And then let's take a look at this backflip.
Just a little bit leaning forward.
Yeah, a little hinged at the waist, and when your feet or your board decelerates from the landing by landing in that old track or in the deep snow, and then here, well, who knows what happened there, because he was in a volcanic eruption of powder, and then going there for the long nose press, and then he just couldn't quite hold on to it. The snow, you know, it does have a bit of wind press. It's not a crust, but it's almost a crust. The wind has definitely compacted it, and down at the bottom is where it's been screaming across. So not the run that Enzo Nilo was looking for. He was definitely hoping to knock his good friend Victor De La Rue out of that top spot in the overall rankings, but that is not going to be the run for it. A 37-point run for Enzo as he heads off, and his riding is done, but Enzo, always a good spirit. He'll come back from that as we're going to head back up to the top, and another extremely exciting rider. Young rookie out of Zinal, Switzerland, really having a breakout season. Remy Benamo, he's got a fifth, a second, and a fifth. For a rookie, he is definitely showing that he belongs on this tour, and he was so psyched this morning to get going. You know, he's got a great spirit. He's always having a good time riding. But, man, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from Remy so far this year.
Yeah, he's had great consistency. I mean, this is his childhood dream, and he's doing something with it.
Yeah, he sure is. Grabbing the bull by the horns, as we've seen many bulls and cows on the roadsides in Georgia, but a bit scary to grab him by the horns. But Remy's got it as he goes through those final mental preparations.
Remy Benamo dropping in 3, 2, 1.
Here we are. Remy is on slope, heading down towards the same trajectory the other riders went.
Cross court back three into a double, gets control on the heel side and flies into a triple. Incredible start for Remy Benamo.
Such nice riding, so much power coming out of him.
Now this one has been risky, laying out the backflip, and no. Definitely that snow on that particular feature is proving really difficult for these riders. Remy with a fire start.
Yeah, and you can really, I mean, look how deeply set his board is just when he stopped there. That snow is thick and deep. Oh, that is a heartbreaker. That top was amazing.
Yeah, so Remy Benamo now making his way down. We'll see if he can decide or does decide to salvage. No, he's just going to cook his way to the bottom. He knows that that is not going to be the score he was looking for. So the Georgia Pro, so far, we haven't seen a clean run out of Snowboard Men, and the snow, and this is a weird thing, you know, as a passionate powder skier to say, but the depth of the snow is proving actually kind of difficult for these riders to manage.
Remy has been traveling with a massive fan club, maybe the biggest on the tour. At every single stop they're there.
Shit. I just front clinch.
Oh, really? I can't even see it. Come on, is that how you landed?
Well, they're catching up as we look here at the replay of Remy's run. Backside three right off the top.
Created a little double of that and straight into the third. That was such an electric way to begin his run.
Yeah, and it looked like he tail tapped the third stage of that triple, and then laying out the backflip. Well, he disappears in the powder cloud from that angle, but I think we saw it on the long lens from the other direction. Remy just going deeper into the snow than he expected to. Board slows way down, and the momentum of your body just carries forward. It's really, really hard to control that. Unless you lay the board in really tail first, it's hard to counter. There we go, the Remy fan club absolutely popping off here at the finish area of the Georgia Pro. Yeah, the Swiss fans were going ballistic at the opening ceremonies down in Mestia, having such a good time, waving their valet flags and having a blast. So Remy Benamo, another rider, not quite with the day he was looking for, as Holden Samuels opening up the day with a 62-point run, has fended off some very heavy hitters already. Well, there we see the judges getting to work. Emma Kaiser there, our scorekeeper for the day. An absolute wizard when it comes to logistics.
No need to apologize for your friends. We love the spirit here on the Freeride World Tour. And yeah, I think these judges are maybe having to consider these crashes and what they're going to do with these scores.
Yeah, you know, they are scoring and fully inputting all of the data from the parts of the runs that went well. Sorry, minus 16, the jaw's starting to seize up. Yeah, the parts that went well, and the top of Remy's run, at least in my opinion, was the strongest that we've seen so far.
Very much so. A lot of the judges we're talking about this week, they really want to see the riders have energy. And that's hard to exactly nail what that is, but when you see it, you know it.
Yeah, exactly. It's the run that puts you on the edge of your seat, that makes you hold on to yourself and buckle up. And Remy had that energy at the top of his run. Unfortunately, going down mid-run as we wait for the score to drop. And Remy's friends providing him that lift at 37. So he did come to a complete stop in that tumble where some of the other riders were able to at least hold some momentum. So that not the day for Remy Benamo as we move on here. Snowboard Men at the Georgia Pro. First category underway. Holden Samuels holding the lead with 60 points and a punch front, as we have 4 men down and plenty more to go. 13 riders in the field today for Snowboard Men as we go back up to the top. British rider Cody Bramwell, honestly one of the most talented snowboarders in the field. We've seen the flashes of what Cody has to offer. If he can get a top to bottom run clean, he is always a contender for the win, and he's hungry for it. Cody Bramwell definitely looking to show the world the true Cody Bramwell style as he kicks out of the gate and starts his run.
Here he is, dressed in his signature white, heading down the slope, potentially looking for a new entrance into this. Taking it nice and controlled, setting himself up for the second hit. Huge backflip,
landing
perfect nailing.
Perfectly. So Cody Bramwell through that first section. Big wind lip 360. Cody lands that too. All right, well, a great start here for the British rider as he gets up on the wall. This corner piece popping off back into the couloir. Now Cody with a bunch of speed. He's avoided the feature that's gobbled up the rest of the Snowboard Men's field.
Exactly. Really smart riding. We won't know until we talk to him later if that was always the plan, but way to transition, way to make sure that he's going where the snow isn't going to eat him up.
Yeah, that was a great run for Cody Bramwell. A super, super creative take on the upper section of the face, and then avoiding the one feature that has been absolute carnage so far in the Snowboard Men. And let's give it up for Cody for a top-to-bottom clean run.
He needed that. He's had 2 crashes this year. We're really excited to see Cody right on his feet.
You did it, dude. Good one, too.
Oh, Michael Vaughn, just the nicest guy.
The ultimate cheerleader.
That's so sick, dude.
Well, you can hear it in his voice. You can see it in his body, the relief, the elation. He is so, I put one down. Even Michael ran out saying, you did it. We all knew.
Oh, you see me on the top? Oh,
Let's check this back out. Again, he's so smart. New entrance off the top. Still able to turn into a double.
big backflip, landing in untapped powder there, going deep into it, and then right onto that toe side edge, goofy foot rider, so he's able to move this way. This back three transferring into the next couloir. That was absolutely textbook there for Cody.
Yeah, and you can see the judging criteria bars are pretty high, especially on control and technique, and just powder in the face.
Yeah, full white room. He barely had vision before he got off that next rock band. So Cody Bramwell, and that slash turn, I think, was just like a release of energy there.
Yeah.
A great run for Cody Bramwell. We saw him in the title hunt a few years back, and the early part of this season has not been kind, but happy hunting for Cody Bramwell at the Georgia Pros. We're going to see the judges quick with their score this time. It's up, way up. 85-6-7 for Cody Bramwell. He's going to be taking Holden's spot in the Dina Star hot seat. So happy for this man. As I said at the start when he was in the gate, one of the most talented snowboarders in the field. So stylish, so strong, so creative. Really happy.
Oh, you want to sit in this one? Yes. Oh.
Oh, you can just see the powder still stuck to his face.
Thank you. Well, the fans love Cody Bramwell, and Cody loves his fans as he moves into first place here at the Georgia Pro. Just about halfway through the Snowboard Men's field. We're heading back up to the top to another exciting young rider and another rider in need of a result. Liam Rivera has had a couple crashes. He's got a 7th, a 9th, and a 6th so far. He's sitting in 10th overall, which is on the downhill side of the cut. And a great result for the Verbier snowboarder would be a huge, huge boon to his campaign here.
7 out of 8 composites
on the 2025 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, as we are buzzing our way back up to the summit here. Tetnuldi Ski Resort providing the goods, and this face is absolutely glorious. So cool to see already. We saw the first 4 riders very similar. Cody take a different route. It worked out. But we are at the top with Verbier's own Liam Rivera. This guy's been on the scene for ages. He came onto the tour super young and has made a big splash, but right now he needs a strong run too.
He needs a strong run, and he's certainly capable of it. And let's see where he goes off this top feature.
Holding that ridge as he gets to this vertical block. Liam popping off in control, using that heel side edge to slow down on the toe side, jumping over the low band and getting bucked.
Oh, that's not what we want to see from this rider, but he's recovered, heading towards that wind lip. Looked like a backside 3 and cruising along, not fully able to take as much as Cody took out of that top cliff.
Yeah, but still airing off, and he's back on his feet. And, you know, everyone but Cody has had a mistake in the run. So if Liam can keep this going, it still could potentially be a keeper. He's going much further over the exposure with a big chunk of terrain underneath him. And Liam getting that toe side edge and sending the double.
Yes, perfect. Stomped it. I think that was really smart. He recovered from his crash, and let's see what he can do. Again, all the other riders have had a fall except for Cody, so this could still put him somewhere good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is veteran consideration there from Liam. You know, for a lot of riders, when they have a bobble, they have a mistake, it's easy for your head to get scrambled and to get completely rattled by it. But Liam holding his composure and able to continue on with a bottom half of the run that was really, really strong. So I think, you know, obviously there's going to be a control dock reflected in the judges' scores, but the rest of that run from Liam was good.
It's always exciting to watch these riders open up new parts of the venue and new cliffs.
At the double, I thought it was so rocky everywhere.
So let's see, he almost gets whited out on this top cliff looking for his trajectory, which he nails perfectly, and then...
Yeah, using that heel side to slow down, gets on the toe side, pops over this one at a different angle.
Oh, he hits the bomb hole. These bomb holes are going to be the destruction, I think, of some of the riders. But
now let's take a look at this lower double. He uses the toe side edge just to redirect an early takeoff there for Liam, but landing nice and high on the ramp where the transition is at its steepest. That was fantastic. I really, really enjoyed that run from Liam Rivera. Unfortunately, as you said, Hadley, the bomb hole gobbling him up high, but the rest of the run strong. So we'll see what the judges do with that. But considering, again, that all the riders minus Cody Bramwell have a significant error in their run, that could still stand quite strong in this field.
Score coming in
got
quickly.
An 85. Let's go.
71-33. So Liam Rivera moving into second, and you just heard him react to seeing Cody score.
Let's go, Cody.
Everybody wants Cody to have a good run here. So still solid there for Liam Rivera, and you know, veteran execution with a bit of a bobble, not letting himself get rattled. We're heading back up to the top. Regular foot rider out of Aspen, Colorado, but representing New Zealand, it is Conrad Niven, one of the most stylish men on the Freeride World Tour, and another one in a similar position to both Cody and Liam. A good result would go a long way to securing him a spot on next year's Freeride World Tour, and of course at the Verbier Extreme. Conrad Niven, he's a RAF guide, he's a snowboard instructor. He is a connoisseur of mullets and mustaches. This man always having a good time, such a strong snowboarder, as we see him popping out of the gate and getting things started.
Regular footed rider, he's making his way down the edge, looking for his perfect landing off of this ship's prow.
Yeah, sliding on the toe side. You want to make sure you get it right. As you can see, there's a ton of rock underneath there. Conrad popping off. A little bit of a tail press on the landing, but staying nice and strong on his feet. Big slash turn on that wind drift.
Nice. Oh, really playing with the venue already. You can see a lot of energy in his riding, and he can really go edge to edge. He has great technique.
And Conrad right up on top of the ridge here. We haven't seen... looked like he got stuck trying to get on top of that one, and Conrad flopping over on the toe side edge. The snow is really, really blown in on this section, so Conrad is in completely uncharted territory here on this way looker's left side of the face. That is so steep. You can see the slough just pummeling down.
And you can see the rocks that he's uncovering on his way. Again, the snow deposited in different areas on this face. You'll have thicker wind lips on each side.
Yeah, flipping the board around. Conrad's got himself into a bit of a pickle here, as he is basically just on bare rock. The edges of these couloirs not holding a lot of snow because of the wind we've had, but getting off and landing clean. So definitely some fluidity dock for Conrad, but going into the white room not once but twice, off this mandatory and out.
We'll see what the judges will do with that. He was definitely in a very technical section. Fluidity docked, but he's still cruising along. Nice slash turn at the bottom.
Yeah, so as I was kind of alluding to before, because of the way the wind has moved across this face, it's deposited snow in a lot of the bellies of the couloir, but it's stripped the snow off a lot of the walls of the couloir. And you could see in Conrad's track when he was up there, each time he moved, there was just rock.
Dude, that was a sick run. Congratulations. That was awesome. Yeah,
Let's take a look. Again, as Derek said, the top of this is much rockier than the years before, so the riders had to be really specific about where they were going to drop. You can see him enjoying that top snow, and this is where things got pretty spicy.
Yeah, he got a little plugged coming into what I assume was that takeoff, and then as the ground rolled away from him, and look how deep that snow is. And then, yeah, here, I mean, his whole track is just rock to get to that takeoff. So, you know, oh, and he just narrowly avoided that rock as well. Kind of bumping his way down that lower closeout from the couloir. Closing out means that there's only an air option to exit. So Conrad Niven with definitely some hiccups in the fluidity, interspersed with some really nice riding.
Yeah, exactly.
holy shit, that's some though. What's going on? Yeah. It's nice and warm here, right?
All right, 46.67 for Conrad Niven. So that's going to slide him into 5th place.
No, you riding rocks. You handled that well though. Yeah.
You can hear him say it. He was just riding rocks.
Yeah. Yeah, so interesting, you know, maybe a bit of line selection coming into play there as well. Conrad getting on the wall where the snow isn't here on the Kakhiani face. We're heading back up to the top. This man, another one in a similar position to Cody Bramwell, one of the most talented snowboarders in the field. We haven't seen the full show from Kemi Armand yet. 2 6 and a 10th, sitting in 8th overall, so he's going to be looking for a strong result. You know he's capable of delivering it. The Frenchman riding out of Chamonix, always a threat for the podium and always a threat to win. If Kemi can have his day, he can easily stand on the top of the podium.
And out of the start gate, here comes Camille out of Chamonix. again onto this ship's prow, setting himself up to find his landing.
Getting slightly more over to the rider's left and finding perfect transition.
You can tell when the riders have no bobble in their body language, it means that they've perfectly landed and found that slope angle.
Yeah, no impact. So we're going into uncharted territory. The only tracks over here from our forerunners and ski cutters this morning. Kemi Armand going way over to the rider's left. We saw Tao Krybeck skiing over here this morning as a forerunner, and he said the snow was fantastic. And this
it
really
looks fantastic. Nice 360 off of that edge. Enjoying that snow in the couloir, and I imagine, yep, he'll head his way over onto this next cliff band.
Yeah, Kemi Armand getting onto the wall. You can see by the way the slough is moving how steep it is and how much of it there is.
Yeah.
And then on the ridge top, exposing some rocks, is Kemi Armand now dropping back into the next couloir, looking for a wind lip transfer.
Perfect, just actually beating his slough by just a hair. Oh, and that snow looks incredible.
Oh yeah, Kemi Armand putting himself in the white room with these slash turns. The lower apron of this has just collected all the snow from the wind that we've had over the last couple days. So a clean run there for the Chamonix rider, Kemi Armand. A very solid effort. And
Don't
Kemi
tease him with a powder track.
Very fair. Not really. Did you miss the first?
No, the deep was so deep.
Yeah. Different line though.
You heard it from him, so deep. Let's take a look at that deepness. Again, great start, really found that nice transition and headed over again to where only the forerunner has been.
I love this hand drag back three, perfectly landing on the wall of the couloir. So he had great transition there. And then I think he was going for like a really long transfer there, but he said to Cody, the snow was so deep. This is one of the maybe trickier sides of opening a new line on in a powder comp is there's no track there for you to get speed, so he's just kind of bogging. But it looked like a real pleasure to ride that line for Kemi.
On the terrace was small avalanche on me.
Really?
Yeah, you can see the stuff.
All right, a 65.67 for Kemi Armand, so good enough for third so far as we're moving down here through.
Troisième avec 65 points.
And I love hearing the riders just catch up, trading stories of their adventures on the mountain here in the Freeride World Tour. We're heading back up, and this is an exciting one. We have local shred lord Jaba Skhvediani. This guy is a bundle of energy, and he is like a freeride god in Georgia. We're driving down from the hill the other day. He's got a massive road gap built. Him and all these fans, there's people pulled over. Like the road was chaos to watch Jaba go. He is a huge leader in the freeride world here. He says any extreme sport, he's into it, and his energy is infectious. Just being around Jaba is a good time. And he is so pumped to be in the field here with the Freeride World Tour, and we are stoked to have Jaba on board.
Yeah, we are excited to see him ride in his home mountains. Taking the second entrance, hitting that bottom cliff with a huge backflip. Not able to hold on.
Yeah, Jaba going for a bit of, continuing the tumble there. So he moved around that top cliff to give him the speed for that flip, and now popping up and over into the left side of this couloir.
Wow, the snow is just so deep in those center couloirs.
Big slash turn up top.
Heading to where Cody was.
Oh, he caught a little bit of rock. I think he needed a bit more press off the tail to get up and over, because that one sticks out quite far.
Let's see what he does at the bottom of this venue. Making his way through right off the pepper. Heartbreaking.
So it just goes to show that powder really can give and take in the freeride world, as Jaba, though it gave there, as he got himself a huge face shot, buttering around as he popping out of the powder cloud. So he's having a good time here. Jaba's been so stoked to welcome the Freeride World Tour to Georgia, to be hanging with everybody, riding with the crew. As I said, he's just got like such a huge following in the local shred scene here, and he is absolutely infectious in his stoke for snowboarding.
Exactly, and all the people here in Georgia have just given us such a nice warm welcome. It's really a great place to be a skier or a snowboarder.
Oh yeah. So Jaba will not be threatening for the podium.
Let's see what happened up here again. Yeah, he took that second entrance to have enough speed for the backflip, brought it around, but yeah, it's just so deep right there. And unfortunately taking a few extra tumbles to get himself oriented again, heading off of this windlip. Yeah, and just puts his butt down at that last second.
Yeah, a bit of a rough ride down the home slope for Jaba. Pointing it off here, he's laying the tail in, but still going over the front. That just shows you how tricky it is. And that slough cone where he landed there, that's where all the slough that's coming down out of that central couloir ends up. So it could be quite a bit deeper than you expect. And it's almost an illusion because it looks compressed, but it's actually, because of the slough so fresh, it's actually very soft. All right, well, you see the Mammut line tracker showing us Jaba's route down. But he is having a good time. Hearts and love for all the Georgian fans. And the score, well, that's a tough one for Jaba. A 10-point run, but multiple falls, you know, serious control issues, fluidity docks, all of the above. These judges, they know what they're looking at, and they know what they're looking for. So Jaba, unable to knock Cody Bramwell out of that hot seat. He's holding it down. There's only 4 more guys to go in the Snowboard Men's field. As you see the Snowboard Women there, they're going to be the next group to drop out of the gate. They're watching, they're taking notes. You know, every rider that goes offers some information to riders at the top of what they're going to do, what the snow's doing, all of those things. And you can bet that every one of those riders, they have a very high freeride intelligence. They're taking it all in. As we go back up to the top, a consummate threat to the podium, Jonathan Penfield, a.k.a. John Powell, riding out of Squamish, BC at Whistler Blackcomb. He has won the Extreme Verbier. He's won in Feverbroon. This guy knows how to get it done, always with a very creative eye for line and such a precise way of snowboarding as he heads out to the rider's left.
Yeah, 8 years on the tour, you really see him and his knowledge that he's gained over these years. Huge 360
yes,
off the top.
John Powell.
Straight into a double. That's what we like to see. That's the experience that we know.
Yeah, super different angle on that. Up and over. Oh, and we lost him in the gully, but I think he went, yeah, he definitely went down there.
Yeah.
Overshooting the landing, and that he went huge off that thing, but right to the flat bottom of the couloir.
What a fiery start of his top run. And again, he's just got to keep it together. We have some crashes already that have scored pretty well, so.
Yeah, our second place rider is holding a crash right now. So John Powell with a great top, a bobble in the middle, and a solid bottom. Is he going to go over and see if he can get a piece of this cross-court windlip? Oh, he does with a 360, laced perfectly. So John Powell, the first rider to take that on. We saw Kevin Gurry put that track in his forerun, and he did say in the forerunner's assessment that it's a little bit wonky and you need to aim quite left or you're going to land on rocks. So John Powell, he listened.
He listened. He's just a consistent rider. Again, a third, a fourth, and a third, so he's right in there.
All right, well, let's take a look at this replay because the top of John's run, this feature was so cool.
So creative, so nice, different way, and then able to quickly come off and hit that second double. And here's where we see, we believe he went down here.
Little tail tap on the edge, and yep, just bogging in the deep powder again.
Just so deep.
Fresh landings, are they better?
Better on the knees, but maybe not on the score.
And then a great 360. So I think there's going to be a lot of riders at the top that see John Powell hit that thing that were maybe planning on exiting their run in that direction, that are going to breathe it a little bit easier after watching John make that look so good. Although, take that for what it's worth, because he makes things that are nearly impossible look easy.
Ever the technician, ever the scientist.
Well, you seem pretty in the cut anyway, so. Yeah. Good chances there. Move of the day for sure.
So interesting position for the judges now because they're weighing up runs with crashes against each other. How bad was the fall? What was the link up of fluidity or loss of fluidity? So Cody Bramwell score there, the 85.67, a 64.67 for John. So just outside the top three.
Right behind Camille Amon.
And you hear him say, "I'll take it."
Yeah.
I don't exactly, haven't done the math, but the percentage of clean runs here in Snowboard Men is pretty low. I think it's just Cody and Cami so far.
I think so.
And we only have 3 riders to go. So there's an open door for the 3 men at the top right now to really put themselves in a solid position. And I'll tell you what, this next guy in the gate could use an open door. Tilden Woolley, again, we have seen some magic from him. He has had such like glimpses of glory in his runs, and then he's had some bad luck. He's had some wonky crashes with places or things that have gone awry for him. But Tilden could have his day today. If he's able to put a clean one down, watch out for this Tahoe kid towards the podium. As Tilden Woolley now on course on the Kakhiani face.
Finding his entrance. Oh, quick. Oh. Sounded like he almost landed right on that rock, but
yeah, that
straight
was
out of the
a
gate.
quick start before it looked like he was going down to where the other riders went. Couldn't tell if that was a back 3 or if he spun even more, maybe 5.
But I think he wanted a 3 though.
Bumping up and over that feature. You can kind of hear the finish mic getting Cody's take on it at the bottom. As Tilden now into uncharted territory. You can see where Conrad went, but Tilden making quick work of that.
Oh, nice.
Up and over into that skier's or rider's right couloir.
With the 360, full commitment.
Oh, getting bounced in the landing. Tilden Woolley, another run here with some flashes of absolutely spectacular riding and then some tough luck as well.
Really creative line choice. I liked what he did with Conrad's line and taking a lower entrance.
Yeah, not getting himself dry docked in those rocks and having to inch his way down. So interesting run, Tilden getting the white room. You don't want to waste an opportunity to get a face shot on a day like this.
Bluebird Pow Day. Into the finish line. Let's see what the judges again have to do with these crashing scores.
Back 3 that got a little wonky. That was huge. Yeah, it was a little bigger than I thought.
Yeah, let's take a look at this back 3 that got a little wonky. Oh, he took it to 5. He did take it to 5. He landed switch, but looked like, I'm not sure if he was on a rock or just over. Little bounced out of that one, but holding on.
And we'll see his entrance again. This bottom air, this is where his hand goes down and his back goes down.
Yeah, that was definitely a full fall there. So Tilden Woolley, the roller coaster of Freeride. Some parts of that run were absolutely magic, and other parts definitely heartbreaking for Tilden. We see the Mammoth line tracker really fall line, and as you said, Hadley, up and over that ridge where Conrad got himself stuck. He handled that.
You know it. I love pow on my face. I should have just kept it going for back 7.
Seriously?
Yeah.
It could have gone.
It like definitely could have. I like popped it and like I spun it too quick and then I looked down and I was like, oh shit, I'm really high in the air. That would have been sick.
If only Tilden had done a backside 720 there. So that's a 32-point run and a 10th place so far for Tilden Woolley. And yeah, just listening to the guys catch up and. You know, Cody's the master of turning something into something else. We saw him turn a backflip into a double backflip in Spain, so if anybody knows about that, it's him. As Tilden Woolley wrapping up his day, this is where we sit right now. Cody Bramwell, Liam Rivera, Cami Armand. That's 1, 2, 3. John, it's gone before you can blink. But our top 3 right now, only one of them with a clean run as we go up to the man in the hot seat.
Victor De La Rue, here's his last line from Kicking Horse in the last comp. And like we say, if this guy doesn't crash, he pretty much gets first place.
Yeah, Victor De La Rue, he is holding that Golden Bib. He is holding 3 Freeride World Championship titles in his trophy case. If anyone knows how to get it done, it's him. He won here last year. This is a happy hunting ground for Victor. And he is good in powder, so definitely going to be looking to capitalize on all of the tools in his toolbox right now to light it up on this face. Victor De La Rue, the world champion, is on the face.
Off he goes on his heel edge, again looking for that perfect transition to land.
Little stall here for Victor.
Uncharacteristic.
I think he just wanted to avoid those bomb holes. You could see some of the bomb holes have rock in them. Floating a back three and, God, not going down, but definitely a little bit of a bobble there as he just dug his toe side edge in, and he's into the danger zone.
And he's able to ride out, I guess, not tricking it. He's able to judge his speed a little bit better and put his board where he needs it to go.
Yeah, and a bit of a different angle to avoid all those bomb holes. He is nothing if not scientific with his approach. As Victor going over to where we saw Liam Rivera go, he's on his toe side edge, first air of the double solid, and skipping that second one as he had too much speed. Solid run for Victor de la Rue. There was a bit of a bobble up high, but the rest of it was pretty much classic Victor.
Yeah, lightning fast at the bottom. Wasn't wasting time in this venue. You can see him coming down into the finish, enjoying some extra powder turns.
Oh, yeah. Why would you let those go to waste when you have the opportunity? Blower Georgian pow. It's minus 16, so that might sound cold, but it's about 10 degrees warmer than it was a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right.
See.
Back up we go. The top of Victor's run. It took him a sec to line that up, but it was worth the time it took as he carves across into this lofty backside three.
And it looks like he just puts his hands down, so there certainly is a bit of a loss of control there. But recovers, and again, really smart. Just found a perfect landing, no bomb holes in sight.
Yeah, a bit more riders left, and then he approaches this one and takes it more fall line. We saw Liam have to slap a quick turn there. Victor opting to just point it to the bottom and then popping over that little undulation in the terrain and getting it there. Victor de la Rue will not let a powder slash opportunity go to waste. Really nice run from Victor. So small control bobble. You saw the judges bars there not even going into the red, as I think it was just the hands that went down. So similar to skiers, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, probably a light stage 1 there.
Salut Gary. C'est pour vous mes boys. Un peu moise, mais bon. Pas tomber quoi.
Shouting out the kids at home there for Victor. Now this is anxious moments for Cody. We'll see what the judges do with that. There was a bobble. Cody was perfectly clean. Victor maybe with a few more fireworks in the run, but definitely, you know, the judges are going to have to get to work. They're crunching the numbers, all of those categories, you know, deciding where the riding stood relative to the categories and how much of those categories each deserve to be rewarded. There you see Cody's score, Victor's score climbing 67.33. So Victor sliding into podium position, but not knocking Cody Bramwell out of the top spot. So the worst Cody can do now is silver with only one man left at the top. So after 3 crashes, he's guaranteed to be in the top 2, and only one more rider can have a say in that conversation. Cody Bramwell, Liam Rivera, Victor de la Rue. That's your top 3 so far. Fascinating times here as we come to the end of Snowboard Men, and there's only one guy left to go, but make no mistake, he is a big threat for the podium and for the win. Timmy Schroeder riding out of Zillital. He's a filmmaker. He's got such a creative eye, and I mean, so much fun to watch and so much fun to be around. I cannot wait to see Tim Schroeder kick out of the gate. He's taking it all in right now. A little bit of last-minute praise to the mountain gods.
2, 1,
Getting himself set up and ready to go again. He's 6th overall, so he's looking for a decently placed run and going someplace totally new. Have we seen anyone go down this way?
Well, there's some cool features over here. Definitely these nice steps into the wind press pow. Timmy turning that into a double, and a clean run will do wonders right now for a position both in the event ranking and the overall. Timmy now on this ridge top. He has to decide, is he going to go right? Is he going to go left? He goes right over the top.
Going with both and looking like he'll link up to the top of where Cody aired into. Nice, perfect control. Heading over, right over this pepper.
Nice fall line approach so far for Tim Schroeder. Looking good as this line closes out. The mandatory air to exit, taking it right off the nose, over the rocks, and no, he goes over the front of his board. the nose of the board diving under the powder, catching up, and another run undone by the deep snow here.
Yeah, and that bottom cliff doesn't have as much of a transition as you would want.
Nice big 360 there to wrap it up. So Tim salvaging. Wow, I mean, snowboard, that's it for Snowboard Men. So really low percentage of clean runs. I think it was truly only Cody and Cami that had no control issues. But the rest of Tim's run. Oh, trying to eavesdrop there.
Shit! Oh no, let's see what happened. Really smart. Last ride of the day took a full new entrance to everybody else. This is really quality riding from him.
Yeah,
really
and
smart.
Those blocky cliffs over there are really nice. They have good transition. The wind's blown into the landing, so it's consistent and predictable. And then this middle part of Timmy's run, and here's where he went down off the nose. You can see he has to clear that low rock. He does, and then it's just so deep. It's out of the slough cone there where it's a little bit more compressed. Now you have a better transition. It's a steeper landing, but the snow is piled in there like crazy. So Timmy Schroeder close to glory with that run, but the rest of it extremely solid. So the judges now have another.
Go, guys!
All right, here we go. The score coming in 63-83. So Tim Schroeder into 6th with that one. And look, this hug. I mean, the man in the hot seat, he was way down in the rankings, and he has just won the Georgia Pro. He doesn't know what to do.
Oh, we're all very excited to see that.
And Liam Rivera there, I believe, in 2nd. So both of these guys who are quite far down below the cut. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to do to the overall rankings. We need to get the abacus in play on the back end behind the curtain there. But huge result for both Cody and Liam right when they need it. This is storybook stuff here at the Freeride World Tour.
I mean, it's so interesting because you think about it, we're halfway through, and of course you want to do well in the first ones, but if you can also do well in the last ones, it's a great way to go. So here's the results from today. Cody Bromwell sitting in first, much needed. Liam right behind him, and then our champion right now, Victor Delarue, in 3rd place. Cami Amarn right on his tails. Jonathan Penfield rounding it out with 5th.
And honestly, a strong result there for Cami too, who was on the downhill side of the cut. A 4th place, you know, regardless of the fact that that had a crash in it, it's still a 4th place finish, and that's going to be a solid handful of points there for Cami Armand as well. So 3 guys that were below the cut. Here is our flower ceremony. That's your podium, or your codium. Cody Bramwell taking the win, Liam Rivera with the silver, and Victor Delarue, the Golden Bib holder and current world champ, in 3rd. So Victor definitely doing what he needed to do to fend off those other guys that were high in the rankings. As Cody Bramwell with the win at the Georgia Pro. We have run the numbers. Now we see where we're at in the overall standings. Victor Delarue holding on to the top spot. John Penfield now bumping up into 2nd, with Enzo sliding down to 3rd. Remy Benamo staying where he was, and Cody Bramwell jumping up over the cut with that win. An absolutely huge performance. That is the definition of clutch. And we are going to go down to the Georgia Pro winner, Cody Bramwell. Talk about clutch when you needed it the most. That was a spectacular performance. Run us through the mental preparation in that run today.
I mean, I was nervous as hell, per usual, but I try to keep like a safe-ish line, and then obviously a lot of people crashed, so I got pretty lucky, but damn, I don't care. I won. It's been so long, so I'm so stoked.
Oh, yeah. Massive congratulations. Cody Bramwell, the winner of the Georgia Pro, rocketing him up the standings to the good side of the cut. And he is now sitting pretty with this win in Georgia. Huge performance there.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Cody. We're excited for you, and we're going to head up. Looking at...
Can I bounce? Yeah? Thank you. Cheers.
Oh, we can see this flashback of Cody's run. Beautiful backflip for him. This is why he won for sure.
Yeah, and we saw that feature. We saw that feature taking riders out. All right, that's going to do it for Snowboard Men here at the Georgia Pro. Stay with us. We're coming back with Snowboard Women. to the Georgia Pro. This is stop number 4 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are in the glorious Caucasus Mountains. I am Derek Boos. I am joined by Hadley Hammer, and we have just seen an explosive start to the day with Snowboard Men, and we are ready to kick off Snowboard Women. I think they will have been taking notes up there, watching what the snow's doing, watching what the riders are struggling with and what they're enjoying, and definitely potentially making some changes to their runs. What do you think, Hadley, as a competitor? Is a last-minute change in play?
You know, it's always tricky. You want to take in the information that you need, but you also want to make sure you're ignoring the information that you don't need, and that's a fine balance.
All right, let's take a look at where we're sitting in the overall standings so far on the Freeride World Tour. Noemi Aki, the rookie, definitely in contention for Rookie of the Year now, holding down the top spot. Anna Martinez with some consistent performances there, and we see a couple riders needing a result here a bit lower down. Estelle Rosolio and Nuria Castambaron. A big result here. We saw it in Snowboard Men. Can do wonders for your overall ranking as we are underway with the Georgia Pro. Snowboard Women lined up and ready to go on the summit of this Kakhiani face, and all to play for.
All to play for indeed. Like you said, this is the 3rd event, so riders still can do quite a lot. Or 4th event, my apologies. So here's the start list. Erin Sauvé starting off the thing. She really needs a result here. Her good buddy Michaela right behind, and then we've got our current leader heading in 3rd. And then as we run down, we've got Anna Martinez in 5th place. Audrey Herbert's going to start 7th, and we'll round out the Snowboard Women for the day.
Yeah, our reigning world champion, Erin Sauvé, she's kind of got back to her ways in kicking horse with a podium result. So right now, this is what you thought. The Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. 81% of you loving Noemi Aki's chances of standing on the podium. Anna Martinez with 71%, and 57% of you voting for the reigning world champ, Erin Sauvé. So Peak Performance Fun Bet is your opportunity to get in the game. It is fantasy freeride. You can get involved, and there are big prizes at the end. Decide who you can vote with your heart, you can vote with stats, whatever you want to do. But if you are right more than you are not, you could find yourself with a fat prize pack from our good friends at Peak Performance. Looking up here, the finish gate looks absolutely tiny next to this giant Kakhiani face. Options galore. We saw quite a range of line options taken from the Snowboard Men. We'll see how the Snowboard Women interpret that, or if they ignore it and just stick to what they had already planned. A lot of them are pretty locked in on their lines. The conditions are good. There are just a few factors in play with the snow today.
Yeah, it's just, are you going to adjust the speed that you're going to take? How are you going to go off of those cliffs to avoid the bomb holes? They kind of know where they are now. And they watched, for example, we watched Victor. He adjusted. Instead of doing a trick, he was like, okay, I need to straight air this in order to not land in someone else's track.
Yeah, and it worked out for him with a podium result here on top of the 2 wins that he's got. He's got a stranglehold hold on that overall right now, with 1 event to go before the cut and 2 before the title is decided. As we are looking up at this precarious perch at the very top of the face, we do have 2 starts here. We saw most of the riders in the Snowboard Men opting for start 2. This is start 1, and Erin Sauvé riding out of Roslyn, BC, the reigning freeride world champion. She is ready to go, kicking off Snowboard Women. The slow burn approach that she took last year, a fall early on, and then moving up, and then win at the end. We'll see as Erin Sauvé kicks off Snowboard Women right into the heart of this venue.
Yeah, right onto our heel side edge, making turns in that steep beginning section, popping a little air at the top and getting into the meat of this venue.
Yeah, and you can see this part's a little bit more windswept. That's where the snow that we've seen other riders go into has been transported from. And Erin so far making short work of this. She's got a good energy going, a nice pace, is now a little bit more of that powder experience that I think she was looking for.
Yeah, and putting a nice track into that little mini couloir at the top, and just great energy continuing to turn all the way down this face.
Yeah, Erin looking really solid on her board. She's a strong rider with great technique. She's got this closeout piece airing into the couloir. We are way over on the rider's right. Oh no, she got caught on something there.
Looks like she almost just punched her board straight against a rock. But she is back up and she is moving down the face.
Yeah, so a completely different line than we've seen anybody else take so far. Erin Sauvé with a promising start and a similar finish as about 98% of the Snowboard Men as well. So tricky conditions out there. Erin Sauvé strong riding as she's now making her way kind of around the exits of the other couloirs towards the finish and laying the tail of her board into that powder as Erin now closing in on the peak performance finish arch.
Yeah, and she, you know, it's always tricky being the first and putting in a track someplace totally new. The forerunners weren't on that section this morning, and she really had to go with her gut.
Pioneer, a pioneer.
So close.
Well, you can hear it in her voice there. She had
That was a bummer.
all of the attributes of a great run there.
Really great control and technique at this top section. You really see her riding like right on top of her board with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, she was so solid for the rest of the run, and on this you can see this big open panel popping off that air, laying into the toe side, the rest of the face just out beneath her. I love the take on this, going around the rocks, landing clean, quick to, oh, she hit a piece of debris there while her board was sideways. That was just an unfortunate coming together of the one obstacle in the way and her board being completely dead sideways, almost like a tripwire.
Yeah, tricky to those things. You really just can't run through them.
No, especially not sideways. So a tough break there for Erin Sauvé as she had most of a great run going. And we'll see what the judges do with it. Waving to the friends at home. Nobody to talk to yet in the finish area. So 55 points. Erin doesn't love it.
This way? Do I have to sit in the hot seat?
Yeah, you never know, Erin.
We've seen a lot of crashes today. It's always, you know, good to enjoy the rest in the hot seat for a minute.
All right, well, Erin takes her spot in the hot seat. We will be heading back up to the top. Our next rider, none other than the winner of the Kicking Horse Pro, Michaela Davis-Meehan. We have her run from her...
There's Michaela in the starting gate, and we have her run again from Kicking Horse, where she just won, so she's coming in hot with a good feeling of a finish.
Yeah, so looking back at that winning run from Golden, rocketing Michaela up the rankings, so she is right in the mix now. And it just goes to show that with 5 events before the cut, you cannot count any of these riders out. Every one of them world-class athletes, and every one of them capable of winning when they put all the puzzle pieces together. So Michaela Davis-Meehan now riding a wave of confidence off that win and looking to back it up here in Georgia as she pushes out of the start gate.
She's got 4 years on the tour, 4 years of experience, and I think she'll be able to adjust from the snowboard riders and make her plan work.
Yeah, she's such a solid rider. She's great in the air, and she is, I'd say, really comes to life when it's powder. Coming over here where we saw Timmy Schroeder going, and these blocky panels, a little bit of a bump down off the heel side edge there for Michaela, but she's got another one right away, getting the grab, and now into that glorious powder field above these multiple couloir options.
Yeah, enjoying the sun. She's from Australia. No shade for her, and making her way to this next feature on the venue. Straight with heat. You can hear Erin cheering her on down at the bottom. Best friends. Great riding from Michaela so far.
Yeah, this is a strong start. Again, you know, similar to Snowboard Men, we have small issues in great runs. As Michaela now coming into the central part of this couloir, there are many options as she passes over on the toe side and putting the board into the fall line to get right off the nose of this feature. Clean landing too. So Michaela has one more obstacle to navigate.
Yes.
And she does. We're holding our breath there as Michaela white rooms herself. These powder face shots on the lower apron. Absolutely glorious way to finish a freeride competition run.
I think she really did pay attention to the men and where they got gobbled up and made her adjustments from there.
And this nice, it's a low angle powder. It just feels good after, you know, getting out of the steeps and the heart of the free ride to get into the lower angle stuff. You can see not a ton of people in the finish. This is actually quite a difficult place to access from the ski resort of Tetnuldi. But Michaela now through the arch, and she's going to catch up with Erin. But so
I couldn't see anything.
Oh, I chicken out a little bit. You know?
Judges have their work cut out for them as we see this air right off the nose of that, and Michaela getting bumped a bit, so there will be a small docking control, and you can see that reflected in the judges' bars. That one was so stomped.
So stompy with the perfect powder turn afterwards. Yeah, and then comes into the finish again. You can see the tracks of all the guys, and she was able to navigate right around them.
Yeah, great finish there for Michaela. So judges now going to be weighing up runs with little mistakes against each other. The rest of Michaela's run really solid. Some big airs in there, solid features, and you can see on the Mammut line tracker one of the more difficult paths you could take down this mountain.
Michaela catching her breath as she waits for the score.
Yeah, she's usually such
That was nice though.
There it is. She's usually such a chatty person. All right, well, here we go. Aaron's score, and Michaela goes up and over with a 70.33, a solid score for Michaela Davis-Meehan, the Aussie rider, taking over the Dina Star hot seat from her good friend, travel buddy, and riding partner, Aaron Sauvé.
Taking the hot seat, but can't get too comfortable. We've got the first place rider coming up straight away on her tail. Naomi Aki out of France.
You can't be comfortable in that hot seat until every single rider is down, because all of these women certainly capable of delivering a winning run. And as the door is open. All right, 10 seconds for the Golden Bib holder, rookie on the tour, but riding like an absolute veteran, riding out of Chamonix, France. Noemi Aki is ready to go and kick off her campaign here for glory at the Georgia Pro.
2, 1.
Heading out of the start gate, Naomi is a very serious competitor. She's spent the summer in New Zealand. She's had a lot of time on her board, and you can really see it paying off.
Yeah, so solid over the board. Little bit of a heel side speed check there just to get the speed exactly right. And Noemi now coming across to get back to the central couloir with a perfect execution on that air. So she's back in the middle section of the venue after starting out riders left and looking really strong as expected. A little bit of a windlet feature, 360 there and clean. So Noemi adding the freestyle element to this. This is a banger so far.
Not letting any feature go by without taking it, a little bit of a chunk out of it, and she's cruising down into this couloir. A few nice powder turns to take before she'll set up against this next block of pepper.
You can see shades of her mentor in her riding. She rides a lot and works with Marion Erti, and Marion was another rider who would never let a feature go unhit. Little bit of a bobble there for Noemi as well. So Snowboard Women having similar issues that we saw the Snowboard Men having, where we have some great runs but with little hiccups in them, but really solid road. Noemi getting bounced and bucked. The in-run for that wind lip is a roller coaster. But Noemi, I don't know if she was planning on going to the wind lip and ditched, or if she was just planning on going up on the wall as she did, but it looked like she did that on purpose.
Yeah. And we'll see the replay coming up, but great run from her. Really just such a solid rider.
Yeah, and adding the freestyle element. Noemi Aki, you know, she was on the freestyle team for France. She competed at slopestyle, so she's really, really comfortable with those kind of movements and techniques. She's got it all under her belt. Let's take a look back here at the replay from our current overall standings leader, Noemi Aki.
Nice air right off the top, and then she does a great little revert here to hit the second air coming off strong. Straight into some nice powder turns into that gully.
Yeah, and then coming across here, front side 3, so you're blind for the second half of that rotation, but no bother for Noemi Aki as she lands that one perfectly. And we see here where
she landed on a rock.
Yeah, coming a little bit untangled.
Oh,
yeah. Absolutely landed right on a rock there. So Noemi Aki getting bounced. When you've got your legs set for powder landing and it's something that's a whole lot harder, it's hard to readjust in the moment on the fly. But Noemi doing a good job of that. Small control hit for sure from the judges, but the rest of that run was magic. You can see there the Mammut line tracker. I really like that combo, going out riders left to get that top feature and then airing back into the central couloir. So the judges have had their say. Is it going to be enough? It is a 79-point run for the French rider, Noemi Aki, rookie on the tour, but doing veteran things out here as Michaela Davis-Meehan out of the hot seat as we are 3 riders in, 4 to go. She should be used to where it's going.
She knows where to go. Such a great competitor, really focused, really knows how to prepare for this sport, and she's proving that she deserves to be on this tour.
Oh, absolutely. More than on the tour. She's leading the tour so far. So Noemi, Michaela Davis-Meehan, and Erin Sauvé, that is your top 3 so far after 3. As we're heading back up to the top, we are looking at the Tournant France rider, Estelle Rizzolio. She's a DJ and a coder in her spare time. She is an absolute sender the rest of the time. Estelle Rizzolio getting ready to light it up here at the Georgia Pro.
There she is, dropping on the face. She said she's had just a great time in Georgia. It's been her favorite comp since, so I think we'll have some high energy coming out of her.
Oh, I like the way she took on that first feature, getting on the side of it. Boom, boom, 2 features in, and she's just getting started here. So Estelle Rizzolio bumping over the track from the ski cutters this morning and into a fresh lane of gorgeous Georgian powder.
Great high energy right out of the gate. She's just pointing her board down and following it down the fall line.
Deep into this couloir, you can see a couple of tracks. She's got her heel side to get across here, making or taking advantage of that goofy-footed stance, getting traversing heel side, definitely a little bit more control, and you can see where you're going. So now Estelle Rizzolio over a ton of feature options and exposure and pointing it right off the edge of that one.
Great, fast, ooh, beautiful slash, nice ride. This is a high energy run for her. She's making her way through the bottom of the couloir, enjoying the snow, and I believe we have one more feature to go.
Oh yeah, you can see that nose just sticking out there, begging to be hit, and Estelle holding on. Oh, all those sit-ups paying off, and plank core strength galore for Estelle Rizzolio as she now flies down the bottom apron of this run. And a great clean run for Estelle. Solid riding for the French snowboarder.
She needed this result, and she's one of those, you can tell there's some athletes that come in and it can be serious and they can do really well, and it seems like Estelle, she needs the vibes to ride well.
Yeah, and she's, as you said, she's been all smiles all week here as we look back at the run of Estelle Rizzolio. The line absolutely popping there on the judges bar. She took every opportunity to get into the gnarliest spot she could.
Oh, look at that turn. Yeah, and she navigates through all the rocks, staying solid on her board, really muscling and powering through this whole run. Great, great energy.
Yeah, and clean.
Yes.
Clean run. So similar to Snowboard Men, I think that's going to be the difference maker here for the Snowboard Women. As you see the Mammut line tracker all the way down, barely deviating from the fall line, getting into that more riders left couloir and making the absolute most of it. So Estelle Rizzolio now waiting for the judges to have their say. She's done her part. Now they got to get to work crunching those numbers against the run of Noemi Aki. One thing that Estelle definitely has in her corner is a clean run top to bottom with absolutely no control issues.
No control, high energy, and I think her smile says it all.
All right, well, a little bit of anxious silence there as the riders both wait for the scores to come in. A 68 for Estelle Rizzolio, so just sliding in behind Noemi and Michaela. So that is going to be her done and dusted, sitting in a podium position right now, but still with 3 very strong riders to go. A little bit of direction confusion there as we head back up to the top. The next rider, she was a rookie last year. She's been a standout on the Freeride World Tour. This is, of course, Anna Martinez, Anna riding, well, I mean, every time we see her ride, she's just so strong, so composed, so fluid, and so smooth, as she is right now one of the big contenders for the Freeride World Tour overall title.
Exactly, Derek. 2 second-place finishes. She is right in there on the heels.
Yeah, exactly. You have Noemi Aki holding on to the top spot. Anna Martinez right now with a second and a second. And we have Michaela Davis-Meehan also in contention with the win in Kicking Horse, sitting in third right now. So Anna Martinez is going to be looking to put her stamp on this Georgia Pro face, the Kakhiani, as she is ready to go. 24 years old, veteran riding. She's got that CrossFit background, so you can see it when she rides. Her turns have so much power and so much strength, and she rides aggressively, which is, of course, an absolute pleasure to watch.
Exactly. She came into the tour saying she wanted to take the title, and she's proven that she definitely wants it.
Yeah, and it's coming down to a battle between her and her good friend. I mean, you see her and Noemi together all the time. They ride together, they room together, they hang out, they're great friends. But of course, when you're standing in the start gate, all that's off, and you want to put down your run and give yourself a shot to win. Now, Anna Martinez is on the face here in Georgia.
Straight into that top steep section, right off a rock into the goalie with some high-speed turns.
Yeah, picking off an early feature. That's a great way to get the judges' attention right out of the gate. And you can see over on this side, the wind has had a little bit more effect on the snow, so they're not going as deep, but that is going to transition into powder right about now, as Noemi releasing a little bit of a surface slab there. She's going to have to be careful. Okay, it's all stopped now, so she's not going to ride into the path of it. Some of this surface snow definitely been affected. Oh, and Anna getting plugged into the powder there. So that's a very quick transition from wind-scoured chop to deep powder, and Anna Martinez unfortunately falling victim to it.
Exactly. You can see where all these slough and releases have gone all day, and they're avoiding that as they make their way through this couloir. Not high enough to take that top cliff, but lining themselves up for the second.
Yeah, we saw Erin Sauvé in here, and Noemi going a bit, or sorry, Anna going a bit more riders right there, where she didn't have to contend with that old avalanche debris, and now getting down towards this wind feature, the lower apron of this. So another member of the snowboard clan with a great run with a control issue in it. So tricky riding out there on the face today.
Yeah, exactly. Wind can be a great groomer, but can also lay some inconsistency across the whole venue.
Yeah, and that might be one of the spots where the change is the most pronounced. It goes from wind scoured to completely deep powder, and Anna, unfortunately, just getting plugged up into that powder.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you, Derek. It's a hard side of the venue to ride and to be able to make those adjustments with your turning style. We see Anna making her way through the finish here in Georgia. Sunny, beautiful day. The one we've been waiting all week for.
Yeah, and it's been a long week. You know, some of the riders definitely enjoying their time. Some of them just it's longer to stress. So Anna Martinez, you know, she was the title, one of the title contenders coming into this. As we look back, I really like that she took that on directly out of the start gate.
You can tell she's used to riding in the steeps. And here's that second air. Yeah, it looks like she just gets plugged in that deep snow. And maybe if she had a little bit more speed, things would have gotten a little bit better.
Yeah, and then there you could see that was really clever line scoping. There was the avalanche debris from the ski cuts this morning, and she takes the rider's right-hand side to avoid happening to her what happened to Erin Sauvé in that same section. And then getting a little extra credit feature down here at the bottom. You can see that way looker's left couloir, and then it's kind of a long traverse under the rest of the face, but all of it's powdery, so pretty pleasurable for the riders. Okay, well, Anna Martinez wiping the snow off her face as she was immersed in it. The score coming in at a 46.67 for the French rider, so that pops her into 5th position with only one rider to go. So fascinating developments here in Snowboard Women. Noemi Aki really proving herself. This rookie is showing that she is hungry for the title. Right now, Noemi, Michaela Davis-Meehan, and Estelle Rosolio, that's her top 3. Michaela also guaranteed a spot on the podium with only one rider to go. So regardless of where this... Oh, I'm sorry, we have 2 riders to go. All my math is way off. We are 2 riders to go in the Snowboard Women's field, so everything I just said, you can just toss it straight in the bin as we head back up to the top to Spanish rider. This is Nuria Castan-Baron. She has 1 podium to her name. She's sitting in 6th overall right now, and she's going to be looking to step that up, and she is capable. We watched Nuria riding from the chairlift this morning, and she was looking on. Absolutely on, just laying carves, putting grooves in the ground run that were about 10 centimeters deep. And Nuria Castan-Baron, the Spanish shredder, on course now and ready to kick off her campaign for glory at the Georgia Pro.
She certainly is. She wants that podium. She is hungry, and you can see that straight out of the gates, taking quite the speed at the top third of this venue.
Yeah, I like that start, getting the judges' attention immediately as Nuria now coming in on her heel side. She is a goofy foot rider, so it gives her a good look at this feature. She pops off that, and we've seen other riders come over here to some pretty good success as she's making her way now down into the central couloir with plenty of feature options below her.
Really staying on that heel side edge, making perfect prep for these cliffs.
Yeah, Nuria's cooking.
Yeah.
Going so fast through this section. There's a lot below her that she is just staying in the guts. Now, this is smart because the walls, we've seen other riders get eaten up by the rocks, and as she pops in and out of that lower section, and she is clean and out. So a very fast and aggressive approach for Nuria.
Yeah, high energy line. We'll see what the judges do with that. She passed by some of the features the other riders win on, but again, clean, no bobbles, and very high speed.
Yeah, you could almost draw like a really direct contrast between the run of Noemi Aki, which was probably in pace a little bit slower, but she was able to pick up a few more features, where Nuria was absolutely foot on the gas the entire time. But some of those, when you choose speed, some of those features just fly by.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a look back here. The top, right off the start gate and into the air for Nuria, and then roasting through that section. So really high energy start for Nuria Castan-Baron.
Really nice. You see, she just doesn't let her board deviate out of the fall line, and just that takes so much commitment.
Yeah, and catching the grab there, so air and style points all adds up, right? Those 5 categories, each one of them stands alone with, with points available. And then the fall line approach on the exit, taking it slightly more riders left, which is, it is a little smaller, but it avoids the pitfalls of what we saw some of the riders earlier that took that a little bit more riders right, get eaten up on the slough cone or by the really deep snow, even further riders right. So strong run, strong campaign. I really like the re-entrance from the top panel into the central couloir for Nuria Castan-Baron. She now anxiously waits to see what that score is going to look like.
We got a lot of hearts all around today. These riders are excited.
My family told me, to the Sea of Castan and then a heart.
Oh, I like that. Double meaning for the hand signals. C for Castan and a heart for the homies. Now, the judges getting to work. Another clean run there delivered from the Snowboard Women's field. Is it going to be enough? A 69.33, so she moves into 3rd. Possible podium position there for the Spanish rider, Nuria Castan-Baron, into 3rd position now with only 1 rider to go. All right, well, here we have our standings so far with Noemi Aki, Michaela Davis-Meehan, and Nuria Castan-Baron moving herself into 3rd, just bumping Estelle Rosolio out of that podium position. Now Noemi and Michaela guaranteed a podium spot, and anxious time for Nuria.
And we have Audrey Hibbert at the top, last rider of the day out of Canada. She's back on the tour, regular footed rider. She had quite a good, she's right above the cut line in that 4th place spot. So she's got a 3rd, a 4th, and a 7th.
Yeah, strong start for the returner to the Freeride World Tour. She was on the tour earlier back in 17 and 18. She's been a standout and an absolute leader in the freeride community in Region 2 in North and South America, and having a blast in her return to the Freeride World Tour, going down the ridge out here to the riders left where we have some beautiful looking features stacked up below her.
Taking this top air, like Derek said, it's a really nice first air, perfect solid landing out of the Canadian rider. heading down into the next part of the gully.
Right off the nose of that one with a beautiful reception into perfect transition, white rooming herself. It feels fun, but also you lose vision for a sec there. So Audrey now coming into this wind lip where we saw Noemi spin. We lose sight of her for a sec, but she's in that rider's left side of the gully in the central section of this Kakhiani face. And look at the power in these turns. Audrey putting that summer dryland to work as she is just pressuring the board. And technique matters here, kids. And Audrey is showing it in spades.
Taking a little bit of a rider's right to left into the bottom of the couloir. Looks like she's going to try to get a little piece of that left-handed side of the cliff band.
Yeah, so there's definitely going to be a little bit of a Dockham fluidity there, but I think it made sense for Audrey to do that, to line it up correctly, because we did see a lot of the snowboard men get munched by that feature, as now she has this wind lip that we saw buck a couple of riders, and she gets on near the zone where we saw a few of the male snowboarders slashing that feature, and Audrey gets a slash of her own on it as she comes down now. You're starting to see a few more tracks. One of the things that the organizers did is they didn't put any forerunners on the face yesterday or the day before to avoid those tracks setting up. Fresh tracks are okay because it's just moving the snow around, but a track that's had an opportunity to set up overnight definitely is a lot firmer.
Making her way in the finish. Let's go back and check out her line again. Right off the top, just so powerful and strong. Popping this first cliff, and again, keeping her board in the fall line.
Well, solid line there for Audrey Hibbert, the last rider in the category, and you can see there she just disappears into the snow cloud, popping there. The nose of the board coming up, she's able to stay right over top of it. A really solid run. I like those kind of features where it doesn't look like there's anything there, but the riders are still getting air. And then, top to bottom, solid for Audrey Hibbert. I think the only thing the judges are going to have to nitpick on that is that little bit of hesitation before that closeout at the bottom of the central couloir. But overall, a really solid effort. And this could shake up the podium standings as another clean run from Snowboard.
Thanks so much for staying up and watching.
Well, you can hear Audrey catching your breath. Let's not forget that we are at altitude, almost 3,200 meters at the top of this. And for some of the riders that live a little closer to sea level, that definitely takes effect or has its say. All right, well, we are looking at the judges getting to work. We have, for the snowboard panel, we've got the 2 snowboarders and 1 skier who are scoring judges, and Larry Gauthier is the head judge, just keeping all the pieces together, and then they'll switch, and Lolo Bess will be head judge, and we'll have 2 skiers and a snowboarder on the panel for the skiers. So keeping things honest and integral here in the judging panel at the Freeride World Tour. These people know exactly what they're looking at and what they're looking for. They're comparing what we saw in the runs to the judging categories, and also comparing the runs to each other. So the run of Noemi Aki and the run of Audrey Hibbert, or they could be comparing it to that of Michaela, or even some of the other riders. We won't know until the score drops, but anxious moments. You can see Audrey's kind of dancing. Noemi just always seems to be chilling. She's become very comfortable in that hot seat this year, and cannot wait to see what this score does. Could be a big shakeup in the results. As we see now, the judges are ready. The score up, 68.17. So just outside the podium there for Audrey Hibbert with her 68.17, which means Noemi Aki has taken another victory on the Freeride World Tour. She is in her first season, and she has 2 wins on tour already, and she loves it.
Hugs all around for all the snowboard women. Great riding today, great adjustment after the snowmen.
All right, well, let's take a look here at our event scoreboard, Hadley.
We've got Noemi Aki, 79, first place. Michaela coming in second. She's getting used to the podium, and Nuria in third place right behind them, with Aaron and Anna Martinez rounding it out.
Yeah, so we'll see what that does to our overall rankings, but a spicy little day there for the snowboarders as Snowboard Men and Snowboard Women wrapped up. This is what we've done with the overall. Noemi Aki with a stranglehold on things. Michaela Davis-Meehan moving up into second. Anna Martinez now bouncing down into third, and Audrey Hebert, as we see Erin Sauvé and Estelle Rosolio very close together as we move on to Fieberbrunn for the Snowboard Women. This is your podium here, the Snowboard Women at the Georgia Pro.
We've got Noemi, Michaela, and Nuria all smiles in the sunshine. Bluebird Day here in Georgia.
Well, big congratulations to all three of those women. The podium here at Snowboard Women, Noemi Aki backing things up. What a start. Rookie sensation. Making a huge splash on the Freeride World Tour, as we think we're going to get an opportunity to catch up with Noemi Aki. Noemi, a huge win here at the Georgia Pro. It's been a long wait, but tell us about that run. You put together the freestyle, the freeride, all of it together. How are you feeling right now?
I'm super happy about this day. The conditions are perfect, so it's worth it to wait a week in Georgia. And it was so cool to compete here in Georgia. In this venue, we offer a lot of opportunities. And yeah, I'm really happy to put a little 360. It's something that I want to do in freeride, and I'm super happy to do it in comp, and it's worked, so pretty nice.
It worked indeed. Félicitations.
Absolutely. Huge congratulations to Noemi Aki with another win.
Thank you.
And a stranglehold on the overall lead. Noemi Aki will be holding on to that golden bib as we move towards Fieberbrunn. Wrapping things up for Snowboard Women with a bang. A win for Noemi Aki. We're going to be coming right back with Ski Women. Do not miss it. Welcome back to the Georgia Pro, the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Bringing the thunder here in Georgia. The riders have been treated to an absolute spectacle. Our time in Georgia, nothing short of delightful. I'm Derek Booth, joined here by Hadley Hammer. Snowboarding done and dusted. Hadley, that was quite the spectacle we had.
It was the spectacle. Really excited to see Cody take one to his feet with the first place, and Naomi just proving that she is the Rookie of the Year, potentially.
Yeah, rookie sensation, Noemi Aki doing it once again with her second win in a rookie season. We're going to take a look at our overall rankings here for Ski Women. We have Astrid Chelus and Justine Dufour-Lapointe tied on 18,000 points. If you really want to dig into it, Justine does have the slight edge as her third result is a little bit better. Molly Armanino there in third as we move down towards the cut line. Zuzia Vitek on the good side, Elizabeth Gerritsen just below, but the scores are all very close, and then we've got a whole bunch of riders who are looking for a banger result here to bump themselves up. We saw it earlier at the Kicking Horse Pro, both with Michaela Davis-Meehan and Molly Armanino, both with a win. It can make a huge difference to your rankings as we take a look at today's start list.
Huge difference indeed. We've got American Taylor Dobbins starting us right off with Jenna Keller right on her tail. We've got the veteran Ariana, and then we have Astrid right in the middle, and the two Americans that are quite hungry, Lily and Chloe, are definitely ones to stay tuned.
Oh yeah, there's so much to play for here in Ski Women as we take a look here at the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. 88% of you thinking that Justine Dufour-Lapointe is going to land on the podium. 84% of you, Astrid Chelus, and 44% going to Lena Kohler. Don't worry that those numbers don't add up to 100% because that's just a vote for who will be on the podium. Peak Performance Fun Bet, your opportunity to dive into the depths of freeride. Get involved. It is fantasy freeride. Join a league. Bet your friends, put money on it, do whatever you want. You can make hilarious bets that somebody has to run around a ski resort naked later on in the season. Whatever you do, get involved with the Peak Performance Fun Bet. There are great prizes up for grabs towards the end of the season. So snowboarding is wrapped. We are on to 2 planks. Ski Women getting set to kick things off for the skiers, and this is so exciting. We've got a big battle developing up at the front with Justine Dufour-Lapointe and Astrid Chelus tied at the top, and then all the way down, both in the middle and down lower. There are a lot of near ties as we are set to kick things off. This is Taylor Dobbins. She lives in Bozeman, Montana, but riding out of Killington, Vermont. She's got that ski racing background. She said she's looking to put the ski racing background into effect today. She wants to ski fast and aggressive. Taylor could use a result here, and look at her go out of the start gate.
Here she goes, full fire, coming up to the ship's prow, finding that perfect transition. She really needed to creep off it, and then there you go. There you see those racer turns coming out of Taylor, making her way through this snow that, again, has a bit of a wind deposits everywhere, and she's making short work of this top section.
Yeah, Taylor getting out to the skiers' right-hand side of the face. We saw a few snowboarders going into this couloir as she's just looking for her trajectory exactly. And now this drone shot gives you such a good look down the couloir. We've got a couple of hefty features stacking up below Taylor. She's getting her bearings, putting it into the fall line. Off the second one, to the side of the avalanche debris, into the fall line again. She's got another one lined up. We saw no snowboarders go over here. So Taylor biting off a meaty chunk of that, turning it into a double, a triple. Yes. Can she hold it? She does.
She does. We spent a lot of time inspecting with Taylor, and she was immediately gravitated toward that triple. And she knew she just really wanted to put one down. 3 7th places for Taylor this year, and she knew she had more skiing than that.
Absolutely, and she just showed it. I feel like finally this year we've seen the real Taylor Dobbins put down a run, as that was lit from top to bottom. Taylor Dobbins going hard.
Lit indeed. You can see her making her way through the finish. She should be happy with this run.
Yeah, that was a great way to start off Ski Women. The energy that Taylor Dobbins went out with, you were saying, you know, I was talking to her this morning and she's like, I just want to ski fast. I want them to see what I can, and that was it. I'm so happy. And look at her, the smile on her face tells the story. Taylor just ear to ear grin as the plan going flawlessly there. And she had some serious stuff to deal with in there. The avalanche deposit at the base of that couloir, changing snow conditions up high. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, right off the top, she said she wanted to roll off of this so she could catch that high transition really steep and then keep her speed to move across. And here you go. She sets herself up for this one and then pretty much stays fall line and makes it almost a double into that next air.
Yeah, really quick feet lining this one up. She's got to clear that rock well. She's kind of pushing through, and then boom, boom, and off the third one. You can see the skis start to load up on the tails in the air, but all the workouts that Taylor has done, core strength galore as she put that to her feet, and blazing start to Ski Women for Taylor Dobbins.
Well-deserved smile for Taylor Dobbins out of Montana and the East Coast, repping them both.
All right, well, let's see what the judges have to say about that. A 68.67 for Taylor Dobbins. So maybe a little bit of line score in play there. Not sure if it's the features at the top. But this score just kind of setting the bar for the day. So everybody else now has that standard to live up to if they're going to want to do it. But definitely a very, very strong start to Ski Women for Taylor Dobbins.
Quickly, right back up to the start we go.
Here we go. The next rider coming off her career high finish, second place at Kicking Horse, riding the confidence. This is Verbier's Jenna Keller. Jenna, a standout. You know, we were kind of waiting to see the real Jenna Keller, and then at Kicking Horse, she just put the gas on, put the throttle wide open, and had a great result to be very proud of. As Jenna Keller now out of the start gate, and we are underway here with the second rider in our ski women's category.
Super strong skier, hitting the gym even yesterday, right off that top pitch, great speed. And you see just those big arcing turns. That's what we want out of these ski women, and that's what they're giving it.
Yeah, really nice connection with the transition on that one. Popping over, transferring into the rider's left couloir, part of this central complex. As Jenna getting up on the wall, we saw this pay off for a bunch of the Snowboard men. Jenna popping off that one, now re-entering into the couloir, going all the way across. There's more features over here. She gets way into that untapped zone. Jenna Keller looking strong.
Yeah, looks like she's going over to where we saw Victor and Liam heading over this massive cliff. You can see the pepper in the landing. She really has to be smart where she takes this.
Yeah, lining up the trajectory, popping off, and clean out. Jenna Keller holding the fall line. Those are the moments that really define a free rider. Instinct tells you to throw your skis sideways and slow down, and if you do, you're guaranteed a rodeo ride to Tomahawk Town. And Jenna Keller, no chance of putting the skis sideways. They're holding the fall line and absolutely flying out of that bottom feature.
I mean, skiing is kind of a wild sport. All your natural instincts you pretty much need to ignore.
Yeah, exactly. And Jenna had an interesting take this morning. She said she was having a hard time visualizing doing that clean. Well, she found the recipe because that was clean from top to bottom. And ski women underway with a bang here as we look at Jenna's replay.
Again, right off the top, probably a little bit faster than Taylor to line that up, but she had Taylor's track. And just so smooth and calm and collected in between each of these airs.
Yeah, and then you see that one. There's so much just looming underneath her. She gets up into this powder. That's a great way to decelerate. Now, this was decision time for Jenna, as she doesn't want to land on that rock, but she still skips over it. So maybe a bit more rider's right than she wanted. But this is the nature of free ride. You do have to adjust in the moment on the fly, and Jenna doing that like an absolute pro. So strong, strong run from the Swiss rider out of Verbier. We'll see what the judges have to say about it, but I'd say from our seat, it looked pretty good.
She said she wanted to retire from competitions, and this was a bonus year, and she's making well use of that bonus. Here comes the score for Jenna Keller.
Goes up to a 73.67. So Jenna. 73.
We have the French
60-13. We translate that directly. 73 for Jenna. She gives Taylor Dobbins a hug and takes over the hot seat. So, ski women starting off with fireworks as expected. This category is so much fun to watch. I mean, they're all four so much fun to watch. We've seen the snowboarders just going off before, and now it is the skiers' turn. Jenna taking over the hot seat as we go back up. This is a big threat to that hot seat on any given day. This is a three-time Freeride World Tour champion. She is Italian, riding out of Innsbruck. It is Arianna Tricomi. Ari, a pioneer in bringing freestyle to the women's freeride scene. Well, you look at her highlights, her results. First, and 3 World Tour titles. She knows how to get it done, and Ari has been loving her time in Georgia, having a blast.
Similar to Estelle, this is a rider that she likes to feel the community and the vibe, and she skis off of that vibe.
Thrives on the vibe as she takes a different angle on this one. Perfect connection back with the snow. Little bit of speed check. Perfect. So Ari Tricomi getting started where other riders had 1 feature there. She's already got 2.
Heading in, will we see her signature 360? We will. Into that goalie, just like Noemi Key, riding strong, adding in the tricks.
Yeah, that is truly her trademark as she gets high up on this wall. It's a little bit sharky in there, but adjusting the trajectory exactly as needed. Ari is such a powerful skier. She rarely gets moved around or pushed around by the snow. You can see that opting out of that little pepper band as she comes fall line towards this closeout feature, putting her skis towards the bottom, and clean exit there for Ari Tricomi.
Really smart riding. These women are just doing a great job staying on their feet, strong, powerful turns.
So a question here, is it a little bit easier to manage these snow conditions for the skiers than it, and Ari not quite with the speed, but still committing to the 360 and unfortunately only able to rotate about 270 degrees. So going down on that last feature there, that's a heartbreak hotel for Ari Trakomi.
Let's go back up to the top again. Great little entrance, super technical, and again, 4-point landing, able to make her way through to this second air, even through all those sort of bumps and waves in the snow, heading over again the signature 360 out of Ariana, straight into that next couloir.
Yeah, that's good scoping, and she knows she spins left, so that left 3, that wind lip gave her the opportunity to do it. And then I really like her approach here. She got high on the wall, threw the tails of the skis out, took this one on perfectly, landing high on the slough cone and straight into turns. The judges noticed that. Here, she didn't have the speed, still committing, only gets to 270, and then whiplash fall. It's not a painful fall, that one, into deep snow, but hurts the heart more than the body for sure, as the rest of Ari's run was really, really strong. We'll see what the judges, I mean, that's a significant control issue.
Really fun though.
Well, as we said, she thrives on the vibe, and she is all smiles. Getting to ski a powder run with only a few tracks put down earlier by your friends is still a great opportunity.
She said she's already ready to book another trip back to Georgia.
So
she's loving
to get
it.
Speed, like, I was like,
The sound effects from Ari Trakomi. So score comes in at a 60 flat there for the 3-time world champ, moving her into 3rd. So ski women bringing the thunder so far. We're only 3 riders in. We've already seen multiple tricks on the face, high speed riding, as Jenna Keller holding down the top spot, Taylor Dobbins in 2nd, and Ariana Trakomi sitting in 3rd position so far, as we go back up to one of the holders of the Golden Bib. This is a serious contender for the overall. These are the contenders, current leaders and runners-up. Justine Dufour-Lepont and Astrid Chelus, they are 1 and 2. They're tied on points, but if we have to go to a 3rd result, Justine gets the slight edge. And then Molly Armanino with that win at Kicking Horse, putting herself right into that conversation. Peak performance rider Justine Dufour-Lepont, I've said this a million times, Canadian ski royalty. She's got gold and silver at the Olympics in moguls. She has a Freeride World Tour title. She has a win already this year in the opening event. Her worst finish so far this year is 4th. So 1st, 2nd, and a 4th. And Justine starting off with some high energy here.
High energy, getting up here, opting for the lower line, which is
wow.
Perfect way to set up for that second air, making her way through all the chunder that's already been put on the venue.
And laying out a backflip, all the way to the bottom of the couloir. I think Justine was worried about getting enough speed, and with the track in there, she went absolutely ham off that to the bottom of the couloir, but she's not going to let it go. That was a huge flip, I think much bigger than she expected to go there.
Much bigger, maybe taking some inspiration from Lily Bradley's run. As she makes her way down again, she's got to keep going.
Yeah, she can still salvage a result going right off the and into those snowboarder bomb holes, and Justine coming completely unstuck. Their hands are up in the air.
Ski right above her, waving to the drone. She's really just one of the nicest riders to be around on this tour. Really a great competitor, super focused, but also really up to talk to anyone. Huge smile on her face.
Yeah, and one of the things that I thought was so cool about Justine's approach to the tour this year, you know, with the sort of accolades that she has behind her, obviously the Olympic medals, gold and silver, a Freeride World Tour title already, she was looking to move the needle in Freeride. She wants to do something sick in every event, and sometimes this is going to be the result when you do a ginormous backflip into a couloir high on a mountain face. I mean, the calculations have to be so precise, and keep in mind, if you're watching from home, maybe you're new to this sport, the riders have not hit those jumps before. They've never even stood on the lip. As we look back here at the replay, look at the quickness of the feet. That's the mogul background right there.
Exactly. And I think it was smart. She knew she was going for that backflip, so she kept the top a little bit more conservative. And yeah, she's coming in cooking.
Yeah, on those old tracks, she gets around. The rotation was fine. It was just the distance. She missed all the transition there and going at that angle. And then here we see, I think the tips go under. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just a little heavy in the head, and over she went.
Yeah, so tips under the snow. There's nothing you can do. You can see Jaba there, one of our snowboard men, the snowboard men operating as ski ninjas for the ski categories. So they got to helicopter back up to the top, and they get to ride the face again, which is nice for them. So Justine Dufour-Lapointe going down swinging with a massive effort there. Not going to be her day. Do we hear a little creak of the door opening for Astrid and some of the other riders?
You know they're up there and they're hungry.
Et voilà. C'est des Ça va bien? Ouais, all good. Juste un peu de neige.
Just a little snow. Little snow in the braids, a little snow in the face. She's all right, though.
Allez, tout le monde à la maison. Je l'embrasse. Bisous.
Hugs and kisses for all the friends at home. Well, what could have been there for Justine Dufour-Lapointe. A gigantic backflip, one of the bigger ones we've seen of the season. Not quite able to put the pieces together, and then that final air taking her down. As ski women, they are going for it. Everybody wants that Georgia Pro title, and it's going to take a lot to get it. Right now, Jenna Keller sitting in the hot seat as we are making our way through this absolutely lit category here. The next rider out of the gate, well, she holds a world champion title of her own. 2021 world champ, Verbier, Switzerland's own Elizabeth Gerritsen, one of the most stylish riders on the tour, and just a gloriously lovely human being. If you get a chance to be around Elizabeth, it's always a good time. She's having fun on the slope. She's always got a smile on her face. You know, but I think one of the hallmarks of Elizabeth skiing is just style. She's so smooth, so stylish, technically precise, all the pieces that it takes to be a freeride world champion.
Exactly. Every time I'm riding around these resorts, I can pick Elizabeth out in the distance. She has such a great, unique style, really flowy, really smooth, and still has that great technique to go along with it.
Yeah, there's something in the air in Verbier that just creates such stylish athletes. Peak performance rider, ready to go. Elizabeth, and you know, maybe a little bit unknown, but she has a deep bag of freestyle tricks as well, and looking to uncork those on any given day. Will she do it today? Well, we're going to find out very soon as Elizabeth Gerritsen, Verbier's own, getting set to kick off her campaign for glory here at the Georgia Pro.
Exactly, out of the start gate, like you said, deep bag of tricks, great riding. I think she has a drop-down 360 in one comp that is still memorable in my mind. She makes her way, finds her entrance into this big face here in Georgia.
Yeah, this blocky first cliff. Oh, going over the front of her skis and recovering unbelievably.
Perfect recovery, still in her chill. Styled skiing, it seemed like not affecting her whatsoever.
Yeah, big judges' discussion about punch fronts. It doesn't affect fluidity, so they're matching it up with a stage 2 backslap. So definitely a control issue there as we see Elizabeth clean down through this untouched powder field. You can see a few tracks from the earlier snowboarders as she's in a more riders left section of this kind of multi-fluted face, uncovering a couple rocks there and getting into this next couloir now, pinning it out of there. Elizabeth Gerritsen going full straight line. We've seen her do this in Verbier before, dollar signing those turns. Oh, a little bit of a compression there. Hold on, Ellie. Oh. Oh.
What an entrance into the finish. That took
Non, faut que j'arrête le ski, moi.
some strength, but I think based on her body language, not super happy with her run.
Yeah, frustrating for sure as Elizabeth Gerritsen was such a strong start up top, and then that somersault. You can't understate what that does to a rider's mentality, especially up high on the run.
Exactly. Let's go back to the top, see what happened here on this first. Yeah, you can see how deep the snow is, but what a recovery.
That was unbelievable as she just pops right back onto her feet. And then Ellie off of this one, and that was, well, oh, that's the same shot there. Yeah, just from the drone angle. Tumbling, and then the drone can't even find her as she is back up and then straight lining and going for this wild bucking bronco ride down low, getting compressed, sat down, compressed again. I don't know if I've ever seen a rider come through the finish arch laying on their back, but Elizabeth Gerritsen, look at the Mammut line tracker. Her last turn was probably less than halfway down the face and then pointing it for the rest of the way. So not the run that Elizabeth Gerritsen was looking for. You could see it in her body language as she came through the finish. So big control dock there for Ellie as she gets a 41.67, moving her into fourth as we make our way through Ski Women. Yeah, body language tells the story for Elizabeth Gerritsen as Jenna Keller holding down that top spot, Taylor Dobbins in second, Archa Comey right now in third, as we are just shy of exactly halfway through Ski Women. We're going back up to the top. The Kakhiani face bringing us everything we expected from the Georgia Pro. Zuzana Witek riding out of Poland. Zuza, she's got a third in the first event on the podium and then a 12th and a 9th, sitting in 7th overall, so just on the good side of the cut. She's hungry for a good result. She's got that trademark smooth, fast, attacking style, holding the fall line, as Zuzana Witek now is on course at the Georgia Pro.
You would never know that she grew up quite far from the mountains, because when you see her ride, she's so comfortable in these big faces, not afraid to send it, as we see right out the gate.
Yeah, biting off a different angle than we saw Elizabeth take, and it works out as she has two features in early on in her run. And now we're seeing Zuzana. She's got such great technique as she just bends those skis underneath her, staying nice and centered on them. A little bit of heel pressure at the end of the turn to keep the tips from diving, as we saw happen to Justine.
Let's see where she ends up in this far skier's left couloir. Yeah, avoiding these rocks.
Two drones in play here, so you get all kinds of different views of this face popping into the top of this section. Some serious rock navigation going on here as Zuza Witek coming off, pointing it off the top of that, getting control again. So she is keeping it sensible. As you can see, the rest of the couloir looming out. There are some feature options down on the lower skier's right-hand side, which it looks like Zuzana is going to go and bite off a chunk of.
Going huge. Nice. It doesn't even look like she takes air the way that she lands so quietly.
Yeah, getting the corner of that one too. So really stacking up the line score, feature after feature. A nice controlled run for Zuzana Witek. Attack at the top, controlled at the bottom, and all the way through the finish arch. Clean run for the Polish rider Zuza Witek.
C'est méga bon à skier, non? Mais dur, allez, j'ai pas bien fait le dernier. Bah, si,
Back up to the top, let's see. She starts her top of her run real fast, immediately off that first cliff, a few setup turns into the second, and then slows herself down, enjoy some pow, and this is where it got so technical. It's so rocky under the snow.
Yeah, and she manages to get her way perfectly to that, get right off the nose of it, the highest part that you could take off from. And then I like this, a nice corner piece. You can see her passing the old bomb hole, using the powder to slow herself down, and then catching the corner of that feature. And it wasn't even her final feature, as she gets this little bonus piece popping off that. Perfect powder landing for Zuzana Witek. So top to bottom, textbook riding for the Polish rider living in Valais, Switzerland.
Strong riding, smooth control. I love when you see that nothing's really shaking them.
Yeah. And the Mammut line tracker showing that fall line attack approach that Zuza has become known for.
This is about to crash. This is cool. Ciao, Mosca. Pozdravljeni na ekipki za ovaj Jackie.
Well, Zuzana has a legion of Freeride fans back in Poland just hanging on her performances here on the World Tour.
Ouais. See the two riders both eagerly awaiting for the score.
Mais ça fait un run posé, ça fait du bien. Voilà, ça fait.
All right, well, how is Zuza's going to compare to Jenna's? It pops just up and over, and Zuzana Vitek moving into first. So Jenna's run in the hot seat coming to an end there, but a strong showing from Zuzana Vitek as she takes on the Dina Star hot seat. The Scott rider, she is stoked, fist in the air. She's done her part. Now she just has to wait and see what the other women do.
Exactly, she wanted that. She was just right on the cut line, right above it, and so she needed a strong score to secure her place up top.
Yeah, she's done her part. Now it's up to the others as we are back up to the top, and we have another very strong contender. This woman is sharing the Golden Bib in a tie. When we go to the tiebreaker, Justine still has it, but definitely an opportunity here for Astrid Chelus to take over that top spot in the overall. Riding out of La Clusaz, she's a former junior freeride world champion, and she's looking to put her stamp on this. Astrid has been skiing so well as we've been out free skiing out here in Georgia, and she has the attack right out of the gate.
With heat coming right out, she has the full package, just strong free ride tricks, huge backflip.
Whoa, too huge.
Oh.
Astrid Chelus with no speed checks coming into that, a slight over rotation. So our two top contenders in the overall, both going down with massive backflip attempts. That was huge from Astrid Chelus as she went so far. There's her pole, the rest of her gear just strewn across the face. I think she's got both skis on. Looks like she's okay. She's back up onto her feet. Definitely a little snowy.
Yeah, like you said, Derek, both with Justine and Astrid, you can really tell they're riders that want to push the level of the sport, and you respect it so much. And when you're pushing, it also means that sometimes you fall over the other side of that line. But for me, watching Astrid ski, you know she's going to be one of the biggest free riders of her generation, without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, finishing second last year in the overall, just behind Hedvig Vessel. She's right in the title hunt already this year. Hopefully she's all right. I don't know if she's sat down. Hopefully none the worse for wear. There's, you know, sometimes it takes a rider a minute to gather themselves. That was a big fall for Astrid Chelus. She went huge as we get a little bit of the scale of the distance that she traveled there. You can see where she took off and where she ended up. After that first stomp, she did not even attempt to slow down, just full fall line.
Again, we have the men snowboard field coming as snowboard ninjas, I guess we would call them. Getting her pole, yeah, and as you said, her pole is so far above where she was. She was cooking into that backflip.
Yeah, looks like the pole has been retrieved. I think that's Remy Benamo, Swiss snowboard standout there, as he's going to return the equipment to Astrid. And the two of them will make their way down this Kakhiani face. So certainly huge respect for the attempt there, as Astrid Chelus going absolutely enormous in her attempt to push the needle for women's freeride. Two of the biggest backflips we've seen. You know, it's just incredible what these riders are doing and the way they're pushing themselves and each other.
As a female skier, I am inspired for sure, and I think this just brings the level higher and higher.
Yeah, and recognize too, Astrid had potential there to put some strategy in place. She saw Justine go down. She could have gone chill. That's not in her DNA whatsoever to take it easy. If she's going to win, she doesn't want to win, particularly towards the overall, by taking it easy. She still just wants to go full on and all in, and she certainly did that today, so that is a run to be proud of. It didn't work out, but Astrid Chelus stamping her position as one of the dominant figures in freeride skiing at the moment. Zuza going over to check on her as we look back. She entered strong. The way she went well past the rock wall there, stomped that perfectly, and not even a hint of slowing down.
Yeah, just too fast, too big, but for me, you can't dock the full commitment to that kind of speed.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, the judges have spoken. The score there for Astrid at 11.67, so obviously a massive dock in fluidity as she had to wait for Remy to come down and get her pole. So she is not going to be a threat for the podium today. Astrid Chelus and Justine Dufour-Lapointe trading backflips, both going well too big, but exciting runs nonetheless as we are making our way through ski women. We are just about 2/3 of the way through this field as we are back up. We have Britta Winans doing it for Dina Starr, doing it for Scott. She had an injury in the first event, but she says she's feeling good now. Britta dominating the challengers last year in Region 2 and really looking, she's got an opportunity here to put a great run down and bump herself way up in the standings as Lake Tahoe's own Britta Winans starts her campaign here for the Georgia Pro.
Nice technical turns at the top, straight in, heading for that same, nope, not into the windlet, but great power turn off of there.
Yeah, redirecting herself, and no, her skis just went in different directions, getting caught up in the powder, and Britta Winans going down there. You could see that snow so deep there, she's still tangled up in it.
And there's potential that with this sun now being on this side of the venue for a little bit longer, that snow's just getting a little bit thicker over time.
Yeah, Britta's actually it looks like her left ski is tipped down there. She's got it released finally. It's so deep up there.
And they're just drenched.
Yeah, that is one of the challenges of these powder comps. She was going so fast, and unfortunately, once the skis take a slightly different trajectory, it's almost impossible to fix that. So Britta Winans back up and skiing now, as that is a heartbreaker for Britta, as she was going with some serious intensity.
You can see just in her skiing now, she knows how to go fast. She knows how to rail those turns.
And she's not going to let go here. She still has an opportunity to salvage a little bit of a score, popping off this low feature. We saw that one, that landing looks firm there, as the slough from all the riders so far that have been through that central couloir is stacked up in that spot.
Smart of her to keep going. I mean, we've got a few big crashes from the top girls, so she can at least get herself a little bit higher in the standings.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be ranked all the way down to 12th there. So if, you know, depending on what happens with the riders behind her, she still could get a mid-pack result, which for Britta will push, you know, she's looking right now at the bigger picture. But, well, I mean, you can see the shoulders are down there. That is just heartbreaking for Britta Winans. So the entry in, really nice, good connection. She picks up a bunch of speed, kind of redirecting there, as you said, power turn as she slashes so she doesn't get caught up. And then is it one ski goes under, the other ski stays in that same direction? There's nothing she can do about that.
Really tricky in that deep snow, but recovers at the bottom here and takes these bottom two airs and shows why she is on this tour with great stomping capabilities.
Yeah, firm landing there, heavy head, but strong legs for Britta. So really unfortunate, as Britta is such a solid skier and has, you know, she showed the fireworks last year, as you said, on the Challengers, skiing at just high speed, high intensity. Snow in the face, covering the buff there. So the score dropping for Britta. It's not going to threaten Zuza Vitek, but it does put her into 6th so far, with only 4 riders to go. So Britta Winans, not her day at the Georgia Pro. Right now, Zuzana Vitek, Jenna Keller, Taylor Dobbins. That is the top 3 with Ari Tricomi in 4th. And then we have a whole list of heavy-hitting crashers below that, from Elizabeth Gerritsen all the way down to Justine and Astrid. Back up to the top we go, riding her win at Kicking Horse. Molly was below the cut, and then at Kicking Horse came out swinging with a huge run for victory.
Just so fast, so confident, full on Molly Armanino style.
Yeah, Molly, I mean, her technique is solid, her riding is so precise, and she was given just a little piece of advice: go fast, Molly, that's your thing. And she did it, and she did it to great effect taking the win at Kicking Horse. She's going to be looking to back that up here in Georgia as Molly Armanino now underway at the Georgia Pro.
Keep your eyes peeled. This one might go pretty fast as she creeps up off of this top ship's prow into the landing. So smooth, so calm.
Yeah, straight back into control for Molly Armanino as she gets up. You can see the striations in the snow there, and there's a quick transition from weird wind press to deep powder, but Molly handling it perfectly, and she has a nice little untapped zone but below here as she gets in the rider's right side of the central couloir and getting way up high on the wall.
Way up high, making her way through, as you said, the snow. It really looks like it's set up quite a bit in the sun here as Molly finds her entrance. What is she getting up to?
Oh yeah, there's a little gate here between these two. Straight line for Molly, back in control, putting the skis into the fall line, just avoiding
dancing with the rocks.
Yeah, playing with fire there, but Molly Armanino holding on, and now this big feature looming underneath her, popping into a double, big turn, off the nose of that one at full throttle, and Molly Armanino deep squat, but she is able to hold on. Ooh,
that required some strong legs out of Molly Armanino. But great way to just hold on, drive through, and use your core to just pull yourself all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, the snow there on that side definitely stacked up kind of deep. And the landing, with the exact trajectory that Molly took, was a little bit firm. But the Scott Pro athlete there doing it and making it look extremely solid. Good top section for Molly. I really like the way she took on. She got a little bit of a fluidity dock there from the video judge. All fluidity here. She has to straight line through that needle's eye and then immediately shut it down.
And all over rock. I mean, she was kissing these rocks. A little bit of a flirtatious rock run. And you see her in this bottom, really had to line it up and then absorb this really tricky landing. It's not that steep. It's gotten a little firmer as the day goes on.
Yeah, Molly handling it though, and you know, as we said earlier with our current standings, we've had some crashes. So Molly Armanino with a clean run, she's shaking her head, definitely kind of probably feeling like she got away with one there.
Yeah. Judges hard at work.
Yeah, not much chatter there between Molly and Zuzana in the hot seat. Kisses for the friends at home from Zuzana Vitek. It's a comfortable spot in the hot seat, but not that comfortable until everyone is down.
There's no skier on this roster that you can count out for the podium.
Yeah, 100%, and there's still, some very heavy hitters up top as the score now coming in for Molly Armanino. It's a 66 flat, so fourth for Molly. So even, with only 3 riders to go, worst she can do there is 7th, so a solid run for Molly Armanino. And definitely, she kind of got away with it a little bit, sliding in just behind Taylor Dobbins, Jenna Keller, and Zuzana Vitek with that 77-point run. Exciting moments here. We're back up to the top. Peak performance athlete Lena Kohler also riding for Scott. This young German athlete lives in Benningen, but she's skiing out of Innsbruck at the moment and really making a big splash as a rookie on the Freeride World Tour. Peak performance athlete has put down some very solid performances so far on the 2025 campaign.
Exactly, Derek. 2/3, and I think she's looking to keep staying in that podium position right off the top. So strong, so fluid, coming out with heat. Lena Kohler is on course.
Yeah, and she is skiing fast. She grew up ski racing, and you can see that in her skiing, taking on this nose that gobbled up some of the snowboarders. And, it takes out Lena as well, bumping over a rock there. I think she caught it with her feet. Hopefully she's all right from that one.
Yeah, both skis, it looks like, came off.
Well, we'll wait for the wave. There it is from Lena Kohler. So that's wave to signify she's okay. That feature has not been kind to the riders this year. Last year, we saw a number of the ski women doing 360s off that cliff. This year, snowboard men and ski women so far really getting chomped. And you can see the rock that she uncovered with, hopefully it was with her feet, her ski boots, or her skis, as Lena Kohler.
This is the landing that took her down.
Oh, yeah, she got it right with her feet. So good timing on the somersault for Lena Kohler as she bumps through there. Skis are off, so that is going to be a no score for the German rider. But she does have a couple of very solid results that she can kind of lean back on. So 2 podiums, 2 crashes for Lena Kohler so far this season. She's probably comfortably high enough in the overall. As you can see, her skis just wedged in the snow. It's so deep there.
So deep. And it's interesting what you said, Derek. I think, again, this is our second year on this venue, and a lot of the athletes, they wanted to look at that historical data. What were the winning runs? And this is proving that you can't always reference those winning runs because the conditions change, the mountain change. It looked quite a bit different this year.
It really did. Yeah, that one was kind of an easy set of line score points for the riders last year to the point where we saw multiple people tricking it. But this year, definitely proving to have some teeth as Lena Kohler. Now, I think she's going to be waiting for one of the snowboard men who are operating as our ski retrieval ninjas. Look at the depth of those bomb holes all the way across. We saw multiple riders getting eaten up. That's, you know, for some of these riders, almost waist deep. Punching into the snow. And while it is soft, it's also quite dense. You know, it's been compressed by the wind. It's been compressed by further snowfall. There's a whole bunch of factors going into that. And that one has really been tricky for these riders. It's interesting, you know, as we move from event to event to event, certain features prove to be the undoing of a big chunk of the field in all 4 categories.
Exactly. But Lena, as we said, she's got 2 third-place podium finishes. She's doing really well, and now just 2 crashes for her season, but certainly one to keep your eye on.
Yeah, another member of the Rookie Sensation Club coming out swinging this year. First year on tour, but she's been operating like a veteran. One of the things she said is she really wants to add some tricks into her bag. She comes from ski racing, so obviously as a kid, not doing a ton of tricks. And then a ski trip to Japan really opened her eyes to freeride and skiing powder and enjoying some of the more off-piste style activities. We take a look there, sitting in the hot seat, looking very comfortable, big smile on her face. That is the Polish athlete, Zuzanna Witek.
Siema Polska.
Well, if you speak Polish, you'll be able to enjoy Zuzanna's communication there. I'll have to work on that. But with only 2 riders to go in the ski women's field, Zuza is guaranteed to be on the podium. So that's definitely going to step her up in the overall rankings as we see. We've got a big safety crew, ski runners, ski guides, ski patrollers, doctors littered all over, just hidden in little nooks and crannies on this face, making sure that they're ready to respond to riders should they need it. Lena, not needing medical attention, but she does need to have her ski retrieved for her. As you see here, the ski runner coming down, the scale and scope of this Kakhiani face is absolutely gigantic.
Exactly, and I think you can, you know, this shows how good these riders are. Where they're putting themselves is even difficult for these great guides to get to. As he makes his way down to retrieve her ski. And like you said, we've got 2 more riders to go, 2 hungry Americans.
Yeah, and if you wonder why, you're going to take a look back at the top half of Lena's run, taking off the slightly more fall line approach. That first feature has kind of 2 ways of taking it, and we've seen, I think, a few more on the riders' right, especially in ski women, and this is where things went haywire for Lena. Going way deep into the snow, ski comes off right away, and then bouncing over that rock. So she may be a little bit bruised and battered after that. We did get the wave, but sometimes the adrenaline fuels that I'm okay wave, and I think this the ski runner, they got their work cut out for them as that ski was buried. If you wonder why they're moving slow, they're being directed by radio so that they land on the ski's exact location rather than going past and then having to use up more resources. And it looks like they're on it. Yeah, there's the ski. It was lengthwise in the snow all the way to the tip. So there's an indication of how deep that is. Hadley, having, you know, been in the situation where people before you have fallen, and then maybe a ski runner has to do a little bit of mucking around, does that change your approach if you're at the top and you were thinking about hitting that feature? Because that landing's certainly not getting any better by what's going on in it right now.
Yeah, that certainly, you know, when I was competing, we didn't have Wi-Fi or a live stream, so we didn't really know what was going on, but it did certainly require a lot of mental strength. You know, this is now a long gap. The riders are used to only waiting 4 minutes. Now they're waiting maybe double that. And for Lily to, you know, they have to be up there staying calm because you kind of ramp up in a certain timeline that you think will be appropriate. And so then to have to kind of cool down and ramp back up again, that takes a lot of mental effort.
Yeah, exactly. So for those riders that are still up top in the ski women's field, they're having to really just ride that wave and kind of bring it down again to then ramp it back up. And all of that saps your energy, gobbles up your energy through the day. So we see Lena Kohler now making her way. She just wants to get safely off this mountain. That is going to be a no score for Lena, as if your skis or snowboard, which is quite a bit more rare, comes off, then you are given a no score. The riders are ranked, though, before the crash happens. So even the no-score riders will be put in a ranking and given a score that's a decimal of 1. So if you were on a 90-point run and then fell at the very bottom, you'd have a 0.9. So that way we rank all the way through 12 in the ski women, given that that's what we're in now. I think that makes sense. So Zuza Vitek, Jenna Keller, Taylor Dobbins, Molly Armanino, and Ari Tricomi. Those are the only clean runs so far. And then from 6th all the way down to the bottom, we've had various levels of crashes and control issues in the ski women's field. So a bit of a variety of results so far in these runs. Powder comp's always a little trickier. You know, everybody gets up, they get frothed out. Oh, we're skiing in powder, snowboarding in powder. But it can definitely be tricky for the riders to navigate. And for some, like Lena just now, the depth of the snow really coming into play.
Exactly. I was always a fan of the hard pack. Just do a little bit more deep squatting in the gym and be able to handle those firm landings, but at least they're consistent.
All right, well, we are back up to the top, and our next rider, ski fast, have fun is their motto, chanting the mantra in the start gate. Lily Bradley was doing some beautiful sunshine yoga in the day lodge this morning, getting themselves ready to kick things off, and they are fired up. And another one that's got to have Zuza Vitek nervous, as they are always a contender. It's been a minute since Lily Bradley won one of these things, and they are hungry for another one. And I will not count them out, because the style I was skiing behind Lily when we were over at the Hatsvali Resort on one of the down days, and they are just so stylish, popping shifties off every little feature, ready to go. Lily is fired up and ready to put their stamp on this face.
Yeah, Lily's skis see a lot of air time, probably more time in the air than actually on the snow.
All right, well, they're just getting some final adjustments to the GoPro. You know, we don't want to miss a minute of one of these runs.
We need more time. We still 16 GoPro. Hold on.
Well, Lily says they're good, so they are good to go.
And that drone angle really gives you an idea of the steepness just right out of the top of this venue. Yes, Lily.
There's something to be said for dropping into a comp run with a smile on your face. If you set the mood, then you can hold that mood. And look at the grin. Lily Bradley getting to roll out of the start gate into POW in Georgia, and they are off and running for their campaign for glory here in Georgia.
On course with a bang. As you said,
fall line approach for Lily Bradley, picking up a ton of speed right out of the start. Back in control, coming into this windlip, and a 360, and no! Lily Bradley going for the freestyle, and they go down swinging on that 360 attempt. That feature's been tricky. We saw Justine go down. Is there a ski? Yes, there's a ski off. So losing their ski there on that 360 attempt. You know, we've talked about Elizabeth and Justine and Astrid, but Lily's another one who is really pushing the limits of the freestyle game. We saw arguably the biggest backflip maybe in ski women's history in Bakira from Lily Bradley. Didn't stomp it, but it was chucked so big, and then a 360, so able to spin on both axes, rotating both over the top and around the side, as we see this aggressive approach from Lily Bradley as they throw the left three. It comes around. Oh, it's just another, like Lena Kohler, depth of snow issue.
Exactly, that snow just totally ate their ski. But great 360, big 360.
That's a tricky one because you do lose transition quite quickly. The lip, the landing drops away directly from the lip. So it's not like you're like in a terrain park jump where you're carrying across a flat part and transition lines up. You're actually losing transition immediately and losing elevation. So connecting, as we saw with Justine and as we saw there with Lily, connecting with a part of the landing, and especially when the snow's that deep, is really difficult because the gully bottoms out quickly.
Exactly. But again, Lily's showing, just like the other girls, that they're really pushing this level. And I think you'll see if you zoom out in Freeride and look year over year, there's years in which there's a lot of crashes, but those crash years bump the level up significantly.
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, from Lily, Justine, Astrid, looking back to Hedvig Vessel, Elizabeth Gerritsen, and kind of, you know, pioneered by Ari Chikomi, this is trickling down all the way to juniors, in through the qualifiers. You know, at one of the Challenger events last year, we saw one of the biggest backflips that I've ever seen in a Challenger event. It's going all the way through, and for the young girls that are coming up in junior freeride right now, watching this is setting the tone for this is what we do. This is how freeride goes, and huge backflips, enormous 360s, and surely there's more to come. That becomes the norm, and now all these girls are looking at that going, yep, that's how we do it. And you see, you know, and I'd say Astrid is a product of that, coming out of juniors with these great role models. So it's a huge credit to this entire ski women's field, and I got to give Lily Bradley credit for their absolute full send, full throttle approach. We love to see it better when it's stomped, but as you said, Hadley, this is going to translate all the way up and all the way back down. So full credit to all the ski women, as they are absolutely going for it on this face. And let's also remember, for all three of the women that have crashed doing those big tricks today, they're high on the face. There is a lot at risk falling up there, and all of them just caution to the wind, let's go.
Yeah, full commitment. And I would say it goes all the way up even to us old timers who still get inspired. I skied with Lily last year in Chamonix and her dad, and it was so fun to just follow them down the slopes. And Lily was jumping off of everything. It forced me to jump off of everything, and I think it just keeps the women's freeride scene high and motivated and playful.
Yeah, it's going off right now, and we are going off at Ski Women here, the third category of the day at the Georgia Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2025. Georgia definitely becoming a favorite stop on the tour. We opened up this venue last year. We almost didn't get to use it this year, as early on in the weather window, it didn't look like we were going to be able to get the avalanche control done. So we switched to a different face. Then that didn't work out, so we switched back to this face. And now we're back to the OG plan, and it's working out so far for some riders, but definitely proving with these powder conditions to be tricky out there. You have to have your wits about you. You got to keep your skis pointed in the same direction. And I guess, unfortunately, for some of the women, the snow just proving a little bit deeper maybe than they expected.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, there's the ski men getting ready to go. These riders have had a full week of waiting for the comp. It's not been the norm this year. They're usually riding pretty close in the opening of the weather window, and so they've really had to make their way through. Some of them have been getting sick. They're kind of riding out these whole highs and lows, but it also means that they're really getting to be in these places instead of just flying to a new zone, competing and leaving. They're really embracing the culture. They did cooking classes, hat making classes. They've really been embraced by the Georgians, a very warm welcome.
All right, well, we're waiting for the ski runners to do their thing. We've been using up some resources here up at the top of the mountain. We've got Snowboard Men operating as ski ninjas. They were flown back up to the top as we see Lily Bradley making their way off the face. Skis collected, that's going to be a no score. So not going to be a threat to Zuzana Vitek. Making our way through ski women here. Lily Bradley doing their part to just push this sport into the future. Futuristic skiing from the Tahoe Palisades at Tahoe Rider as Lily Bradley done and dusted. And we only have one more in the ski women's category. Here's where we stand right now. Zuzana Vitek, Jenna Keller, Taylor Dobbins holding down the top three for ski women. Incredible action here at the Georgia Pro.
And now we have Chloe, the rookie out of Colorado, and now she's had to go through two pretty long pauses, keep her head in the game, but this rookie has proven that she likes to take creative, technical, hard lines.
Yeah, Chloe Hare, she's really kind of cementing her position. There's always one or two riders that just have a different take on the faces, and she's kind of put herself into that spot on the Freeride World Tour. She is another rookie coming out of Ophir, Colorado, way up high. The elevation not affecting her here like it does of some of the, say, Whistler and Tahoe kids that are unused to plus or 3,000 meter plus elevation. Chloe Hare living up high, Ophir, Colorado, riding out of Telluride, gives a huge amount of credit to Ryan Van Nuys and that Summit County Freeride crew as she is on course and she's going out to the riders left. Chloe Hare, the last athlete in ski women.
Last athlete, such a good attitude. Nothing has bobbled her at all this week as she heads onto the venue. Perfect stomp, straight in, keeping those skis in the fall line, enjoying a little bit of pow in between perfect airs up top.
Yeah, Chloe going way out riders left. She's one of the taller riders in the ski women's field. And, you know, they say a long leg is a strong leg. She's got a solid suspension underneath her. And Chloe Hare getting way out. There's not another track in this section as she comes down between these two pillars. Totally untapped zone here for Chloe Hare, navigating and flying off this huge air. Is she able to hold it? Oh, unable to hold on, as that was massive for Chloe Hare. She's back up and riding though, and with the number of no scores in the field, she still has more to come, and she can salvage something, popping a double there. She looks like she's uncorked something in the top corner of the screen there. We'll get an opportunity to look at that. And Chloe pulling off a double, so solid there. And even another bonus feature for Chloe Hare, squatting that one out.
Nice. We were both inspecting with her a little bit this morning, and the places that she points to right away, what lights her up is always unique and the only one looking at it.
Well, the other women down there are just like, sorry, what?
Again, Perfect showed this classic just double textbook 4-point landings into some nice cruising powder turns, and this is where she set herself completely apart.
Yeah, she had to pick between those two rocks right off the nose. Maybe a little too fast there for Chloe as she did run out of transition, but still, look at the line score, absolutely through the roof. She does have a dock on technique, but she has probably the most big features in a run of any of the ski women as she comes down, catches this one, and then right off the nose of the next one, that double, and that landing was deep, but you could see, oh, look at that. Yes. I love this, the reaction from Jenna and Zuzana Vitek. They are loving it down there. So completely different section of the face. Once again, proving herself as the line whisperer of the Freeride World Tour.
Totally.
That was so cool.
You can hear the other girls
Okay, so it's 58 points, so a 6th place finish there for Chloe Hare. Big Doc on control, unfortunately.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Well, it's just hitting there for Zuzana Vitek, as we are going to take a look at our event scoreboard to see what happened here in the ski women's category in the Georgia Pro. Hadley, wow.
Wow, indeed. Zuzana up top with the 77, Jenna right behind her, and Taylor, who was out of the start gate first, held on to the podium with 3rd. Molly and Ariana and Chloe right behind, and then a few big spectacular crashes. These women are pushing this sport. They are shooting for the moon. Here is our podium ski women.
So we see Zuzana Vitek lighting it up with gold. Jenna Keller backing up her silver at Kicking Horse with another silver here. And Taylor Dobbins rocketing up to 3rd place. Opening ski women. And all of them just ear-to-ear grins, absolutely having a blast. Let's see now the overall ranking. So Justine Dufour-Lapointe taking sole possession of the top spot. Astrid Chelus, Molly Armanino, that's her top 3. Jenna Keller moving way up, and Taylor Dobbins now right in touch with the cut as Ari Tricomi is in the bubble position as we head to Fieberbrunn. And we are going to go down to the finish area with our winner today of the Georgia Pro, Zuzana Vitek. Huge congratulations. What a run you had. So precise, so aggressive. Tell us how you put that run together and then executed it on the face today.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm like super hyped and super happy, especially after 2 last comps, which didn't went as I planned for sure. So this one feels so special, especially here in Georgia. Just such amazing country, amazing place. And yeah, I was inspired by this part of this face from the very beginning. And then I saw this from the side. I was like, yeah, this is the spot for sure. And yeah, it worked all well. So I'm more than happy. Thank you so much, guys.
Wow, that was incredible. Massive congrats to Zuza Vitek taking the win in Georgia. And we are so impressed. The ski women's field just going absolutely incredible moments here. Fireworks from the ski women, as we've come to expect. Zuzana Vitek taking the win and moving herself way up the rankings. Ski women delivering, Georgia Pro delivering. Stay tuned, glued to your screens. Ski men coming up next. Welcome back to the Georgia Pro, stop number 4 on the 2025 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Georgia and the Caucasus Mountains delivering exactly what we expected today. An electric performance from both snowboard categories and ski women. And we are on to our final category, which will be ski men today. My name is Derek Foos. I am joined by Hadley Hammer, taking a look at the judges, getting a little well-earned time in the sunshine. It's a long boot pack up to the judges' eagle's eye there as we make our way, or have made our way through the categories. Hadley, we are getting everything we hope for here out of the categories here in the Georgia Pro.
You know, I think the riders are just so inspired. We'll see the ski men with the FWT ranking so far, Marcus Gogan holding on to first, Valet right behind him, Ben Richards out of New Zealand in third, and we've got the Swiss rider Martin Bender, Ross Tester rounding out that top 5, and then we've got quite a tight race you'll see really between 12th and 18th, and even these top 6th through 10th. It's so tight.
Yeah, and right down there at the cut line as well. It's nearly tied when you consider how many points are available for a top finish. Wei Tian Ho on the good side, Mathis Fournassier just below, and then all the way down to 16th. There's nothing in it, so really anybody can have their day today. Maxime Chablot, he really needs a result here. He's looking at a couple of wins if he wants to get himself back in contention. The 2022 Freeride World Champion is ready to go, and he is psyched up as we take a look at our start list. Carl Regner Eriksson going to be opening things off, and then Chablot right away. He's got a huge opportunity here, and then we make our way down. We see Bender, Mathis Fournassier, Swiss and French back-to-back. Finn Griffith, another rider who's looking for a strong result. Toby Rafford, this guy has made such a big splash on the Freeride World Tour, all the way down through, just stacked with talent. Marcus Gogan there holding that golden bib, leading the tour. And then we're wrapping up the day with French rider, the backflip specialist. That is Oscar Mandin. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. 76% of you feel that Marcus Gogan will land himself on the podium again here. Spectacular win back in 2024. Can he do it again? 46% of you loving the chances of Ben Richards and Valet Rayner, Peak Performance rider and current runner-up in the overall standings. 36% of you feeling good about that. Peak Performance Fun Bet, your opportunity to get in the game. Fantasy Freeride at its finest as we are looking up there at that elevated start gate, 32, almost 3,300 meters from the ocean. We're a long way from the ocean here, but this backdrop is absolutely gorgeous. The Caucasus Mountains are so spectacular. You said it earlier in the show, Hadley, if you get a chance to come here, do it. You will not regret it. Absolutely glorious powder conditions for the Freeride World Tour for the Georgia Pro here in 2025. Powder proven to be, once again, a double-edged sword, definitely taken a few riders down. It's, I guess inconsistent is the best word in its depth and also its density on this face. The wind has played its part.
Yeah, even this morning we came up to some high winds, so the snow is going all over the place, and we are not. We are here at the top of the Georgia Pro, here with our fresh starter of the ski men, Carl Regner Eriksson.
Carl, the Peak Performance and Scott rider, he was so psyched to go first. He said there's no time to be nervous. He doesn't have to watch other people do crazy cool stuff and then get worried about his line. He just gets to go and do it and then watch from the bottom. And Carl Regner Eriksson is on course with intensity, absolutely flying out of the start gate. Carl is, holy moly, he is picking up speed here, throwing a backflip off that windlet, perfectly executed.
Perfectly executed into this gully. He is wasting no time with this venue, making his way over to this sunnier side, having a little small break with some fresh pow turns as he lines up this massive cliff.
And perfect stomp for Carl. So what a great start to ski men. Carl going out with so much intensity and pace. We've got this corner piece here. You can take it as a double, which Carl does. Landing, it's so flat there, but he just muscles out of it. The combo of flat landing and deep snow, but no problem for Carl. And this is a man who was looking to do something. Wow, if you had a stopwatch running,
Catching his breath. You know, the judges hinted earlier that they wanted to see speed and energy, and I believe Carl got the memo. Huge air right off the top, sending himself into this venue with so much speed, making his way with the backflip over the windlet, finding a good landing on the other side.
Yeah, it looked like he had to kind of readjust his helmet there, and then he gets high onto this. He had to know exactly where he was, but that was letter perfect for Carl. The judges' bars absolutely maxing, taking this double. It's so flat there. Carl looks like he goes almost waist deep into the snow, and then that was a shifty of joy as all the hard work done. And Carl said it, he was stoked to start first because he gets to get the stress out of the way. He doesn't have to stand at the top and watch people do it. Well, he left them up top, freaking out because Carl has just opened this comp with a bang, an 85.33, big score. He loves it. Carl, all smiles there in the finish. What a great way to start this comp.
Wow. Nice push out. Oh my God.
Well, he's off.
Going for the hug from the friends. Everyone excited to see him finish with a strong, strong start.
Yeah, catching up with Cody Bramwell. Cody got some Swedish heritage in there, so doing it for all the friends back in Åre. A huge run there for Carl Ragnar Eriksson. A great way to start this comp off. Wow, blink and you miss it. That was so fast, so intense, and so perfect. There wasn't even a hint of loss of control. But forget that, we're back up to the top. Maxime Chablot, he is the 22 world champ. He's had a tough ride this year. 3 no scores, back to back to back. But Maxime Chablot was focused this morning. He is ready to go, and he is going to start off high on this face, getting things going right away. Maxime Chablot on the face.
Finding a perfect new landing for this, and
double backflip to double
ejection.
Oh, Maxime Chablot opening things up. That one's been tough. We saw Astrid with that a similar result on a big backflip. I think the bigger you go, maybe the worse the landing gets or the snow. Oh, look at the skis just parked.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely parked there. They landed and they didn't move again. The snow is deep in that section, very tricky to navigate, and Maxime Chablot going down on a huge double backflip.
And like we said, this is compact powder, not just fresh powder. Huge. Let's see.
He was still 10 feet off the ground as he finished the rotation of that second flip. Still able to come out of it nicely, but he just plugged into the snow. It's so deep over there on that section of the face.
Yeah, you can see it just cements his skis right into the snow, right into the mountain. And another heartbreaking run for Maxime. He really needed to stay on his feet for this one.
Yeah, that's tough. So Maxime Chablot, 4 events, 4 no scores. Really hard for the 2022 Freeride World Champion. He's had a rocky ride on the 25 version of the Freeride World Tour, but I mean, that was a bold start, and that jump was huge. Double backflip as we're sending the ski runners. Snowboard Men getting the heli ride back to the top to get another powder run, this time with a lot less pressure.
You can really see he's have to excavate those skis out of the snow, bringing them down to Maxime.
Oh! Little toe side edge catch there. I think is that Jaba again? He's been doing laps of this event. I mean, he loves the Kakhiani face, the local wild card in the Snowboard Men's field, going up to retrieve the skis for Maxime Chablot as he gets it all back together. Heartbreaking run. Maxime really needed a big result today to put himself back in the mix to get onto the good side of the cut.
Yeah, he kind of needed to win, and I think he was going for it. We'll see skis back on, and he'll just make his way off the venue.
Yeah, Maxime Chablot, heartbroken there for him, as he is always a contender. He's got so many wins on the Freeride World Tour in his time as a rider here, but today was not his day, coming down that far rider's left couloir and just making his way safely off the face. Looks like he's okay, but that is going to be a no score. The score to beat for the rest of ski men at 85.33, laid down by the category opener, peak performance and Scott rider Carl Ragnar Eriksson. He's sitting happily in the hot seat. He had a big grin on his face as he took that hot seat on. All right, back up we go. Another man. He's got a Freeride World Tour title back in 2023. Here we go. These are our current leaders and runners-up. So Marcus Gogan with a win in Golden, and a third in Val Thorens, Valley Rayner with a second in Val Thorens, and Ben Richards with 2 bronze medals. That is the 3 contenders right now for the overall peak performance and Scott rider Vali Rayner, he is ready to go, always aggressive, always smooth, and consistent. That was his ticket to his world title, and that's going to be his ticket again if he wants to stay in contention. Vali Rayner now dropping in for his run here on the face.
Huge backflip.
Oh! Going for the entry that Max Hitzig took last year. He's waving right away. He's okay. Hitzig did the same thing last year to a slightly better result there than Vali Rayner. That cliff is much taller this year than it was last year with quite a bit less snow in the face. And another set of just parked skis there. Vali Rayner's skis didn't move a centimeter after he came down. Look how far he traveled off that cliff to where he landed. You can see where his skis are.
So impressive too, because they're not coming in with much speed from that, and to be able to create that much trajectory right off the start from essentially just a cold start is so impressive.
Yeah, acid dropping off that huge buttress and into an enormous backflip. Well, that one is, I guess now with 2 goes, 50-50. A make for Hitzig last year, but not quite the same result for Vali Rayner, as his skis absolutely plugged, and we will have to send another ski runner. Let's take a look at this.
Just straight into it, perfect up top, but it's like the skis eat them before they even hit the ground.
Yeah, that was huge, and it's like jumping out of a 5-story building there, as his impact with the ground was so direct. Throwing the flip, gets it over, the rotation was fine, but it's just too flat. Too flat there to be able to stick that. Vali's a strong guy. If he can't hold on to that, I don't know if anybody else could either. So views from the start gate as the rest of the ski men awaiting their turn here to have their say. Carl Regner Eriksson, another big challenge there, fended off by him as he is down there. We're 3 men in. We have 2 double ejections and 1 perfectly executed run. Maybe we'll see something come in the middle so one of these days.
I mean, I think it's proving a little bit that skiers or riders' left-hand side of the venue is proving to be a little bit more gentle, a little bit more consistency in the snow.
Well, you can see Vali just trying to trench his way up as we go back up to the start gate. It's possible that we'll be able to drop Christopher Turdell if he's going in a different direction than where Vali is. Peak performance rider, 2-time Freeride World Tour champion, Christopher Turdell, riding out of Dundret, Sweden. He is a technician on these mountain faces. He always looks so smooth. He goes so fast. I would anticipate a similar line to what we saw to Carl. They often ski similar lines, little spray off the edge, as Christopher Turdell getting things started with the bang. Same double as Carl, same aggressive pace too.
Moving through this venue quite quickly. Huge backflip. His run last year was so inspiring. As you said, such a technician, goes for those more technical lines, riding the ridge, and really can scope perfectly where he needs to drop in, which we'll see here today.
Yeah, and he can thank Carl a little bit for putting putting the lip in for that backflip, coming off the same air, and no, he's backwards. No. Christopher Turdell, it looked like he landed maybe with 1 foot in the bomb hole, so 1 foot is speeding up, the other one slowing down, and heartbreaker for the 2-time world champ as it was going well. That backflip absolutely enormous for Christopher Turdell, but going down on that big middle feature.
I mean, 10 seasons on the tour, and he wants this 3rd world title just as much as anyone.
Now he lines up over top of this double that we saw Carl take, and just flopping off that one kind of just to wrap up his run. So Christopher Turdell, Carl setting the tone for that one. Christopher's backflip much bigger, but then on that big cliff, we'll see what we can see after, but just not able to hold it. All right, let's take a look back, Hadley, at this replay.
Again, these guys just coming, flying off the top. So much speed and equally so much control in the way they're shutting it down. And this massive backflip from Turdell.
Yeah, setting it perfectly so as not to over-rotate. The connection back with the ground is almost inhuman. And then he comes off this one. I think he landed just maybe above the bomb hole, and then it was the step down into the bomb hole that took him out of balance. So Turdell, it's rare to see him fall, but when he does, it's spectacular. And then just kind of plopping off that bottom one, trying to salvage a little something. You know, with a couple of no scores, Christopher's still going to be in second after that.
See what the judges have to say for this one. 57.67, putting Turdell right into second place. As we've started the ski men's category off with speed, air, and two pretty spectacular crashes.
All right, well, Christopher Turdell's campaign is wrapped up, but we are back up to the top, and we move on from strength to strength. Every single rider in this field has the potential to get it done. This next man in the gate, Verbier's own, this is Martin Bender. He's off his maiden win on the Freeride World Tour in Val Thorens, and then in Kicking Horse, one of the biggest 360s we've seen on the tour. Unfortunately coming undone on the next slightly smaller field, but Martin Bender, he is ready to get it done. He's fired up. He was on the podium here last year, so happy hunting ground is the Georgia Pro for Martin Bender.
Straight onto the venue with speed, huge 360 off the top, and able to hold through the cement snow, making his way to that second wind lip with a massive backflip.
And holding on, so he proves that it is possible to land that kind of next to Valley's bomb hole off that first one. Definitely a little bit of a back touch on the snow, but Bender now getting busy in the central couloir, up and over. He's really got to get his trajectory right in this section.
Again, just littered with rocks. You can see them into his slough line. Perfect transition. And making his way further into the couloir, heading to that high side where we saw this two snowboard men.
Over, clean, gets control off the second step, spread double, back touch, a little bit of a back slap there for Martin Bender, but overall, incredible run there, littered with tricks. Now he's coming across. Is he going to be able to get enough speed to make this feature into something? Yeah, that's a tricky one. The in-run of that one just seems to sap the speed. Last year, it was easy to go fast into that. We may see if a few more ski men put the track in, but it looks like the in-run is really bumpy. So Bender, relatively clean. I'd say two pretty significant back slaps, but also two really, really technical and big moves.
Exactly. He's sitting in that fourth overall, and he wants to be up on that overall podium. Back to the top, huge 360, and again, the only one to come out of that one clean. And straight into this windlet, massive backflip. And able to stay right on the tails of his ski.
Yeah, that one was so clean. Popping off here. I mean, so many features for Bender there. And looking back on the replay on that first 360, it may not have been as much of a backslap as I first thought. Kind of disappeared into the powder. This one, he had to fight for that, opening it up to try and stay balanced. That one was definitely all the way back. You can see the bases of both skis, and we only highlight this because we know the judges are going to see that too. And then getting, you know, that little last extra credit air off the final feature. So solid, solid run for Bender there. As the Verbier rider putting his stamp, he's got a podium on this face already under his belt.
Not just one man, but two men eagerly awaiting this final score for the Swiss rider Martin Bender.
Yeah, these are anxious moments. You know, the stress really kind of stacks up and builds, and the stress on these folks too, as they want to make sure that they're getting it right. They're comparing what the riders did to the criteria. You know, for sure, probably one of the main ones. Obviously, the line really strong there for Bender. Aaron style through the roof. Control, that might be one of the question marks on that run. But Martin Bender doing his part. We're going to see the score dropping now. Carl sitting on an 85.33. Bender a 90.33 for Martin Bender. A huge score there for the judges for the Verbier rider. Massive run for him.
Huge run, taking his place in the hot seat.
So Carl bumping out, Martin bumping in. We are getting things fired up here. That was a huge run there for Bender, and the judges absolutely loving it. There's his Verbier compatriot, Liam Rivera. And Bender, oh, this one's for the folks at home. Legory, the Freeride squad back in Verbier as he takes the hot seat on.
Oh, la chaleur. Thank you.
All right, well, wild moments there in the finish as Bender putting a huge run together and taking over the hot seat with a 90.33 point run. Carl Regner Eriksson now down into second as we are really just getting started with three ski men. This next man, Mathis Fornacier, he has made a big splash back at Kicking Horse. He proved the boldness that he's got going for the massive backflip over the George Rodney Pyramid. He is not afraid, this guy, to send it. So wait, buckle up your belts for Mathis Fornacier, a rookie on the tour this year. He has been going off and looking for a strong result, sitting in 14th right now. Wants to get himself on the good side with the cut with a big result here in Georgia.
Straight off the top into the venue with speed and heat, taking that top just a straight air. But we'll see what he does with this next section.
Yeah, he's getting way over onto the rider's left side and right off the nose with a huge backflip. And can he hold on? He does. Mathis Fornacier going absolutely massive. He's got another one here up and on top of this one. It doesn't quite work as a jump the way it did last year, but it does work as an off-the-nose cliff. And Mathis now early takeoff on that final feature. Huge run for Fornacier and so fast. Now he's going to go for this extra credit piece. No! He gets squashed by the compression. That in-run is so bumpy. And Mathis Fornacier going down. Yeah, you can see he's like really there.
Yeah, into the dream killer zone. That was a hot run. I think I blinked and missed half of it.
Yeah, he was skiing so fast, so aggressively with that enormous backflip in the middle, taking on a totally different trajectory than anybody else even looked at.
Putain, je suis vert. C'était un banger. Tu fais chier. Tu fais chier. Tu fais chier. C'était un.
Heartbreaker. Let's go back up. This run was so fast, just huge.
Wow. He had a little ski catch there, but he managed to pull it back in and uses that next feature to slow himself down. That was huge for Fornacier. That is becoming his trademark. Find the biggest thing on the venue and backflip it. And then this extra credit air, he was going much faster than anyone else was. And you could see his skis fall away from him and he doesn't get to touch the bottom. It's right into the uphill side of that next little rise. And Mathis Fornacier going down, as you said, Hadley, in the dream killer. It's so heartbreaking to see a rider with such a strong run behind them go down on something that's not even really a feature.
Not really a feature. And Kevin Gary said in his forerun, it's really much trickier this year.
Hey, c'est pas grave, on sait que du plaisir. Ça, c'est des skis. Toi, t'es une zinzin de l'espace. C'est du risky. Ouais. T'as plaqué bien, toi, je crois, j'ai pas vu. Bah, moi, j'étais un peu sketch le 3 que je voulais faire. J'ai le take-off, c'était trop galère, j'ai pas fait. J'ai quasi posé sur un caillou. Et après, j'ai dit, bon, je fais quoi? Je vais faire la double. Et la double, en fait, c'était vraiment assez gros au plat. Du coup, j'ai backslap vénère, mais. Je suis un monstre d'enculé. Excusez-moi pour les gros. Je suis tellement dégoûté. Ah, je suis content pour toi. Merci, Jay.
Well, 60-point run there for Mathis Fornacier. What could have been? Oh, that had all the elements, and then unfortunately just going down at the bottom. So Mathis Fornacier, not his day.
Sliding him into third overall. Again, we have the Swiss rider Martin Bender in first, Carl in second, and Mathis in third place. Back up to the top with the American, the first American on slope, Finn Griffith out of Vail.
Yeah, Finn Griffith, he's another one. He was a kind of a youth prodigy. We know he has the stuff. to get it done, riding out of Vail, Colorado. He's got a big run planned, and he wants to put down a smoking run as he is right out of the gate and into the air.
Skiing strong into this 360.
Oh, and just bogged in the powder. Another victim of the snow. Too deep there for Finn Griffith to hold on as he had a hot start with that big lofty 360. Oh, not getting the set on the backflip.
Oh, straight
Yeah,
into
he's
the
okay.
head.
He's okay. The head tap, that's your Region 2 signal for I'm okay. So landing in between the rocks there, something happened with the set on that backflip, and Finn Griffith not getting the rotation he needed.
Let's see what we can see from the replay again. 360 in the top.
Yeah, the snow just too deep there for him and too dense. And then this flip, he just doesn't get the set at all. And he lands, I mean, he couldn't have landed in a better spot there for that, to have an uncompleted or incompleted backflip in between two sets of rocks. Finn Griffith looks like he's got all his equipment close enough. You can see the doctors there and patrollers posted up. That's our safety team as Finn just wrestling with his gear. The snow is so deep there. And luckily in that instance for Finn, as he was able to come out of that one unscathed.
Yeah, I think that'll just be a bit of a heartbreak for him as he makes his way down. He was eager this morning to really show his stuff.
Well, I mean, we know he's got it. Finn Griffith, as a junior, was the overall champion in North America. Blasted his way through the Challenger Series last year, but that is going to be a no score for Finn Griffith, the Vail, Colorado rider. Another one who's similar to Maxime Chablot, where he's had some big runs, but exploding in spectacular fashion. So Finn, glad to see he's okay, as that was a scary one, moving into that backflip and just unable to get the pop or the set that he needed to actually rotate all the way around.
Détalé, petit encas, chocolat, ça joue.
A little bit of a chocolate advertisement.
C'est le boss.
Quite the cliche out of the Swiss rider in the hot seat with his close friend sitting in the start gate.
That's right. We're back up to the top. You can see Kaza, one of our guides there. He's been hard at work, ski cutting, bombing, doing anything and everything. The team behind the scenes working so hard. But Scott and Dina Star Rider now in the gate. This is Simon Perrodin, another member of the Verbier squad. We saw the gorilla mask on Martin Bender at the bottom. Simon, another member of Les Gorilles, and I'm sure the crew back home are going to be cheering him on, although many of them competing in the Challenger event at Nanda today, so they may have to watch the replay a little bit later on. Simon Perrodin right now looking for a strong finish. He's sitting in 15th overall, so just on the downside of the cut, but a big result here today, especially with what we've seen so far, some of the crashing. It's definitely in play, and Simon is a fantastic skier. Super strong, super technical, ready to get it done here in Georgia.
On to the face, the 7-foot-tall rider. Let us see what he does with this venue.
Nice little popper to open it up, and he's going to be able to turn that into a double. Simon Perrodin now clear of the top section. He's moving across. We saw this windlip play very well for some other riders. Nice 360. Oh, yeah, just holding on. Core strength for Simon Perrodin as he holds on to that one and now getting high up on this ridge.
You can see all the rocks that are waiting to be uncovered as he makes some fresh tracks. Nice transfer 360.
Yeah, corking that one out all the way as now Simon has, he's cut something up high as you can see it just pouring down. Stay to your riders right. No. Simon under the snow. He cut a slab out up high. We couldn't see it on the screen, but you could see the result of it. And unfortunately, Simon turning right into the path of it. He is waving, so he's okay. I don't think he ever saw that coming.
No, it was really just chasing right behind him.
We didn't see it either. It was outside of the screen as we have safety team on site immediately to check on Simon. So you can see the result of it. I don't know where that came from on the upper face where Simon cut that slab out, but it was certainly had a full head of steam as it got down to Simon. looks, yeah, it's hard to tell from that angle, but we've got multiple members of the safety team down to get Simon out of the snow. Head and shoulders above the snow there. We got his feet out. Yeah, success. And you saw him wave right away, so he was okay. Yeah, he just didn't know that had happened, so he turned directly into the path of it. Certainly more than slough management there. That you can see by the size of that deposit, a significant slab cutting out from somewhere on Simon's run. We're going to have to wait and see if we can get a wider angle of it to know. But glad to see Simon come out of that unscathed, because that was a scary moment here in the Georgia Pro.
Really impressive to see how efficient these snowboard men are as ninjas, getting right down to Simon, making sure he's okay, guide right behind him. He's up, maybe no poles, but let's see if we can see more. Again, great start. Consistent into that double.
Yeah, and then Simon getting high up on the bank here. See him coming into this wind lip. Pulling a really nicely executed 360. He had to fight for that ski as it went under the snow. And then he got higher on this wall than we've seen anybody else. Maybe this is where that fracture released, but we just don't get a picture of it.
Yeah, there's a chance because he's the first one in there that is where the snow started to slide.
Well, it remains a mystery, but we certainly saw the result of it, which was a huge amount of snow pouring down into the funnel. And Simon, unaware of it as he turned directly into the path, and by the shape of that terrain, it all funnels into the same place, which was directly, I'm pretty sure Simon was trying to get over to that extra credit feature that took out Mathis Fornacier. But by doing that, he put himself directly in the path of that avalanche, and unfortunately it just blew his feet out from under him.
Je voulais aller prendre la libre, je tourne, j'avais l'impression que c'était du slough. Puis je me dis vas-y, en fait non.
Yeah, it sounds like he thought it was just a little bit of slough, but it certainly was quite a bit more than that, as he will get a no score for the day. Back up to the top.
All right, well, the Georgia Pro, highs and lows here for sure for these riders. Simon Perrodin going down, really happy to see that he is all right from that. We back up with Tenla Katsuno riding out of Niseko. He's got a 10th, a 9th, and an 11th, sitting in 12th place overall, just on the uphill side of the cut. So Tenla going to be looking to make a big splash here on the face. The riders will have been communicated with of what just happened with Simon, so they know that pocket has released a small slab, or well, not so small, slab avalanche down into the main gut of the central couloir, because certainly that changes the makeup of the snow at the bottom. As we see Martin Bender.
It looks like we might be on hold for a few minutes just to make sure the conditions are safe across the venue.
All right, well, we're going to get a chance now to catch up with Bender as we do some assessment and I think get the communication to the riders, as we are down now with Martin Bender sitting in the hot seat with a 90-point run. Martin, run us through that run that you just had. The judges loved it. Looked like you were pretty happy at the bottom as well.
Yeah, for sure, pretty stoked, but it's definitely not finished, so we'll see what happens. But pretty scary for Simon with the avalanche, so yeah.
Yeah, for sure. A good friend of yours, and you're watching from the hot seat. We couldn't see the whole makeup of that, but happy to see you in the hot seat, and very happy to see Simon down safe and sound at the bottom. Les Gorilles going to be going off back home in Verbier with you sitting in the hot seat right now.
Thank you. Yeah, full love. Je sais pas quoi dire.
Yes. So just getting word from control there. They're taking this time to let the athletes at the top know what has happened down there and the changes to the face. Of course, that panel where Simon cut that slab out is now drained of snow, and all that snow is sitting down below what was a slough cone and is now a debris pile. So the athletes up at the top are going to need to navigate that. If they have plan B, C, or D, they can maybe change, or they can roll the dice on riding through that deposit. It is soft snow down there, but we saw Simon moving around in it. It hasn't set up.
But it's certainly a significant amount of snow, especially at the bottom of those key airs.
Well, we are going to take a look at exactly what goes into securing the face on a Freeride World Tour venue and all the safety aspects of getting one of these events off.
Since the beginning of the Freeride World Tour, we haven't seen much difference in terms of safety. Always been working with mountain guides to avoid any sort of avalanche dangers and social sewing. But where it really improves, it was with the materials, from back protection, beacon, shovel, probe, and every rider has to wear an avalanche airbag backpack. And we also provide those Reco device, which will help the riders in case of an avalanche being found like a lot quicker than without. We also provide all the riders with a mandatory safety workshop. Everyone involved into the Freeride World Tour is doing the clinic. It's really important that all the crew and the riders could be involved into the research.
It's not only safety for the riders, it's also safety for the staff to make sure when they set up everything that staff are well equipped. So we decide for which zones it's mandatory to have a beacon, shovel, probe, and then following that I make sure the staff that is in the zone where we need a beacon, that they do have one.
As a team, we plan where it would be best to position our safety staff throughout the venue. So we have ski patrollers at the top of the venue, we have ski patrollers at the bottom of the venue, and we also have some placed throughout the venue where they're able to respond quickly in the event of an accident.
Well, an inside perspective of all that goes into it, and yet still we are competing in the backcountry here. The snow is what it is, and we saw by Simon cutting up onto that panel. We haven't seen the exact footage of it or the view of it, but certainly he released a slab there that came down through that central couloir. Really happy to see that he's okay. We do the Freeride World Tour doing everything they can to secure these faces. This is why they wear transceivers. This is why they have the airbags on, mandatory for all the riders. These backcountry faces are as safe as they can be, but always consequence lurks when we're skiing on these backcountry areas. So now the riders, you know, they're communicating with people at the bottom, figuring out where the debris is. You can see there that debris pile from the avalanche Simon released has definitely changed the makeup of the central part of this face. And that's definitely going to play into the decision making as we move forward in this event. So right now, the riders are getting photos delivered by the internet up to the top so they can see exactly where the debris is, where the panel that released is, and get as much information as they can before we move on with the event. Everybody definitely, I mean, for Simon, that was a big shakeup, and you could hear it in our interview with Martin. He was not really that fussed about where he's sitting in the hot seat, just happy to see his good friend down and safe.
Yeah, at the end of these days, these riders all just care about coming home, being safe, being in one piece.
Well, and it was really interesting there when Simon came into the finish and was chatting with Martin, he said he thought it was just slough. He was far enough below that he actually didn't see, and we haven't yet either, but didn't see the crack propagate across the face, so he didn't know that it released above him. And as that funnels down into that narrow piece, you know, he did have a chance to stay out of it, but by moving directly across to get to the next feature without having known that it happened, that was the result, and it just blasted his feet out from under him. So some possible last-minute plan changes there for the riders. They know what's happened. They know where the debris is. They know where the release was. I don't know if too many riders were planning on going up onto that side panel where Simon cut that thing out. But we're going to see as we anxiously wait. We want to give the riders the opportunity to have all the information possible. You know, like you talked about, Hadley, back in the day when you were competing, when those things happen, the riders at the top had no idea.
Yeah, we really were up there fairly blind. I mean, if it was a big situation, we would know, but we definitely weren't watching the live. We didn't know what was going on. And again, you know, for riders like Tenla, they have to really control their energy right now. Be ready to go when it's ready to go, but, you know, stay calm as long as they can.
Yeah, so he's getting himself back into his skis. Information has been passed on. They've seen the photos and videos of exactly where all of that has gone on. So now the information and the ball's in their court, so to say. They know what's down there, and they know, you know, if they need to change their line, they can. If they want to keep their line, they can ski through the debris pile. Or it doesn't look like it affected the landing too much. It's more the run out. So they should have time to redirect as we move back towards competition here. Martin Bender, Carl Regner Eriksson, and Mathis Fornacier. That is the top 3 currently in Ski Men, as we are 9 riders into a 20-person field. Down from 22, we lost Tams Marvell in the first event, and we've lost Edvin Olsen to a broken leg. So down to 20 men in Ski Men. Both Tams and Edvin, if you guys are watching, we miss you here. Can't wait to see you back on snow as we get ready for Niseko's own Tenla Katsuno, riding out of Japan, holding it down for that incredibly passionate freeride community back in Japan. They are having a banger season. Lift towers buried, people digging their houses out. This guy loves skiing powder, and he is good at it. I cannot wait to see Tenla's take on this face as he gets ready to go. He had a very strong run here at the Georgia Pro last year. He's going to be looking to back that up here today.
Certainly, he kind of hovers in that top 10. He's got a 10th, a 9th, and an 11th, and he wants to make sure he is on the good side of the cut. And this man is wild. You never know what you're going to get. A lot of fast skiing, big airs, holding on. He is like a cat on skis.
So exciting to watch. Every time he drops in on a Freeride World Tour competition face, you just hold on to the handles. Buckle up your belts here, folks, because Tenla Katsuno is ready to drop, kicking things back off, and he is ready to go.
Dropping onto the face here at the Georgia Pro, making quick work of the top, finding his entrance.
Look at the speed of his feet. Tenla, oh my, he was barely in control there, still going for the 360. Looked like he only got around to 180 as Tenla Katsuno now surfing the powder down. So tricky conditions for Ski Men. We've seen it all the way through as Tenla just popping and playing his way down on the lower section of the face. Is he going to get over it? No, he's not going to go for the double, just popping over here.
Snipes that landing.
Yeah, very, very precise from Tenla as he makes his way. You can see there the debris pile. You're going to want to avoid that for sure. These riders, so tough start there. Hot start, though, for Tenla.
Always a hot start for Tenla, and yeah, didn't make himself go all the way around with that 360. We'll see what the judges do with that lack of control. But he is through the finish line, out of that start gate.
Well, he is a rider favorite and a fan favorite. Everybody likes to be around Tenla. Such good energy and such a strong skier. As we look back to the start of this run,
it looks like he just gets bucked right away in that top landing, tries to throw it around, and just doesn't make the set at all.
I'm honestly, I can't believe that he went for that when he was just getting bounced around all over the place. His skis were barely in contact with the snow, and without snow contact, it's really hard to set a rotation. You need something to push against. So you see the Mammut line tracker there, very direct.
Very direct. On his way down. Again, didn't make it with that control issue at the top. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. But you can hear it in his voice, pretty disappointed.
All right, so a 35-point run there for Tenla Katsuno. So we have some information coming in. The way the sun lines up in Georgia, we have what's called a satellite eclipse, where our satellites are pointing directly at the overhead sun, which means that the signal gets completely scrambled. If you watched last year, you'll remember Carl Ragnar Eriksson's run was dropped. We didn't know about the solar satellite eclipse in Georgia last year, but we do now. So we have an 8-minute pause coming up while the satellite passes the sun so that we can stay with you live. It's going to take us 8 minutes and 20 seconds until the satellite is lined back up and away from the sun, the satellite eclipse. So this is a great time to get some popcorn. Check in. We've got the Georgia Pro up to now coming up. Stay tuned for the remainder of the Georgia Pro. That was a little sloppy.
Ellie, what do you think about everybody that is vlogging this year?
It gets pretty intense. Cameras everywhere. Bit of ego trip, you know, like everyone's like, hey, my name is Ellie and I'm the sickest skier on the mountain. Hey, my name is Ellie and I'm actually the sickest skier on the mountain.
So we had today, Saturday, it's 10:30. We started with the crew at 5:30 from the bottom in the dark, super cold, like minus 23 at the middle station. We only have this day to set up because heli couldn't fly yesterday. So we started loads, constructing production tent, judges' place, drone, airport, commentators' tent, finish line. The riders have arrived. They are scoping their lines. So big logistics, but super teamwork, and things are on tracks.
Good morning!
Not usual thing.
Don't film this.
Yes, I'm gonna film it.
Nous on a carrément deux caméramans. Two caméramans. Like a superstar.
Two pair of skis, we never know.
So they're staying with me. Oh, look at you guys.
Let's
go.
Woo!
Oh, but you're not tight in here.
No, well, we have two more and then Mike.
But he doesn't understand also that we need a second car and also now we're going to Tetnuldi. Very confusing, you know?
I know, we've confused the hell out of it.
Georgian logistics. It's a whole different thing.
Ouais.
Tu vois, la boule qu'on va plutôt que comme ça. Oh yeah, we're back there, that's like...
Today is either going to be fucking sick or a total fiasco. We don't know yet, so that's what makes the sport exciting. Is it going to be pow shots, or like
Ton machin c'est vraiment au
big
plat,
avalanche, cancel.
genre au milieu du plat, il y a ce caillou en
Suspense,
plus et il se pose dans l'ombricier.
It's happening! It's the time for the cha-cha! Cha-cha!
Hey everyone, we're in front of the Kasep venue, a venue that everyone was so chuffed to work on. We put so much energy, it was on the last minute, the staff, the riders, everything was in order to run a contest today, but unfortunately we had to proceed to a secure and to a bombing the face, and most of the good snow is gone. Today the conditions are not contestable, so back to square one, we need to find another venue.
So we all woke up pretty nervous and excited to do comp. Showed up at the face, waited for a bit for security work. Heli went up, whole face went down, no comp. Hoping to scope another venue, so stay tuned.
Hi, Puffy.
Ooh, this looks nice.
We are looking for a new old face, which is a little bit more sharky than the last year, so yeah, looking for new options for new lines, and we are waiting for the forerunners right now to have a more idea about the stone quality and the size of the cliffs.
Viens là l'ami. Allez. Bon c'est bon, on est la lead. On va rider.
Vas-y moi.
Tu vois le saut au sommet, tu sautes. Après il y a l'autre saut, après tu sautes.
Ah oui.
Après il y a le dernier, tu sautes. Arrête, tu skis là et tu sautes. Tu fais un petit peu.
So change of plans. Today we were able to scope last year's phase and it looks really good. So we're excited to do comp, but for the moment there's bad weather, so we're waiting for a really good window. And it might take a while, but knowing Georgia, I think it's going to be really fun.
All right, welcome back to the Georgia Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2025. If you're just joining us, I'm Derek Foose. I'm with Hadley Hammer, and the two of us are bringing you all the action live from the Georgia Pro. Small delay due to a satellite eclipse where the sun lined up perfectly with our satellite, but we are back. The sun has passed its zenith, and we're ready to kick things back off with the remaining almost exactly half of ski men. We just saw Tenla Katsuno do his run. He had a bit of an issue up high. We still have Martin Bender sitting in the hot seat, and we're ready to kick things back off, ratchet it up again after a small break. Hopefully you got some popcorn, maybe a drink, had a chance to visit the bathroom, and are ready to buckle up for the remainder of the final category here at the Georgia Pro 2025.
We are excited to be here. It's been quite a spectacular morning. Big crashes, fast airs, good strong skiing, and some heartbreak.
Yeah, a little bit of a free ride roller coaster here. Heartbreak and glory. All of the above delivered to us in spades as we get a look here through these enormous towers in the Caucasus Mountains at the Kakhiani face. It's been tricky, but we are ready to go again. This man making a huge splash on the Freeride World Tour, none other than Sun Valley's own Toby Rafford. Toby came on to the Freeride World Tour after winning the Challenger Series last year in Region 2, and he is ready to go back on course here at the Georgia Pro.
On slope, how fast can we see his signature flat spin? We'll have to wait. First with a 360. So smooth, oozing with style as he makes his way down, and there was the signature flat spin hidden right behind that rock from us. He is cooking with grace.
Yes, Toby Rafford, another huge 360, landed perfectly, barely even leaving the fall line, mocking out of the bottom. He's got to get out of that debris or, you know, just go right down the middle of it. No problem at all. Is that the fastest run we've seen today? That was huge from Toby Rafford. We lost the flat spin in the angle behind the tower, but I saw his bases go by, so pretty sure that that's what happened. Enormous run from Toby Rafford.
That was so stylish.
You see the camaraderie. Let's see what we missed in those 10-second runs, starting off with a bang with a perfect 3 right off the top.
And here we go. He comes, and yeah, going directly over, getting it right back onto his feet. Toby Rafford then continuing cross hill, hopping into this 360, getting the skis X'd up, just adding that extra drip for the folks at home. And Toby Rafford then finishing right down the debris pile. The debris luckily is relatively soft. You can see his skis left a track in it. But Toby Rafford, let's talk about the mental fortitude to stand up there during our eclipse break, knowing that he didn't know the break was going to fall on him. But it was at a time, right? When that time comes.
Oh, Martin's packing his stuff up already preemptively, possibly. We don't know what the score is going to be. But that line was pretty lit by Toby Rafford out of Sun Valley.
Yeah, a spectacular run. You know, maybe taking a small page out of Ben Richards' books. Why take your skis out of the fall line if you don't have to? Just keep it pointed straight down, add a bunch of tricks, make it all perfect, and you have the seasoning for a delicious freeride stew. And Toby Rafford just put it together. Here we go. Judges have spoken already. The numbers going almost an 88-point run for Toby Rafford.
Toby Rafford getting the hugs from the competitors will make his way out of the finish arena, and we will make our way back up to the top.
All right, well, Martin Bender now continues to be in first place. Toby Rafford in second. Carl Regner Eriksson in third. Back up we go. Now, I said he took a page from the book. Well, it was this man's book. This is Kiwi New Zealand rider Ben Richards, the smoothest man on skis. He's riding out of Treble Cone, New Zealand. He's been coaching the freeride team there as well. So giving back to the youth. He's got a win under his belt and a couple of podiums already this year. Ben Richards in third overall, and he is starting off his run.
Third place overall, 2/3 into the goalie. So quick.
Whoa! Oh, Ben Richards! It looked like he was pointed to something different, and now coming across, this one has gobbled some people up. Can Ben? No, I think he landed right on that rock.
Yep, ski gone.
Yeah,
and
one
there
ski.
goes the next one. Unfortunate run. That feature really has just taken everybody down. I think Victor was the only one to make it through, and he had to take it super slow, just do a simple straight air.
Yeah, and really sideways. So Ben Richards falling another victim to that same feature that has just been eating up these Freeride World Tour athletes. Look at how deep that snow is. Ben just wallowing now to get to his ski, and I think his other ski is even further down, so he may not need a ski runner there.
Let's see his run. I think this would be the trick.
Well, he landed beside the rock, but still that landing has just proved almost impossible for these riders.
Yeah, I think it's too thick, too deep.
It's so deep there, yeah, and the snow definitely, it's dense, it's compressed, and it's challenging. So Ben Richards going down there, but going down with a bang. You can see there's tracks now all over this Kakhiani face, out to the rider's right, out to the rider's left, plenty down the middle, and almost all of the ones off that cliff have resulted in heartbreak. So Ben Richards, he's okay. He's reconnected with both of his skis, and he's going to make his way off the face. That's going to be a no score for Ben, and not going to bother that 90.33 run that we have from our current man in the hot seat, Martin Bender. Well, back up we go. An eventful category here in the Freeride World Tour. Ski men, final category of the day, just past halfway through. Next man in the gate is Whistler's own Tom Pfeiffer. Tom definitely looking for a strong result here. He has had some tough luck so far. A rock taking his ski in Val Thorens, the tomahawk of the century at Bakira Barrett, but Tom Pfeiffer is fired up and ready to go. Home Resort Whistler Blackcomb, product of the Whistler Freeride Club, and Tom Pfeiffer looking for a strong one here. He's getting himself centered, locking in on what he has to do, just finding the fun in skiing and having a blast. One of the strongest skiers, and he's turned into a bit of an advocate for the athletes. Tom Pfeiffer, definitely a well-spoken man. You know, in the riders' meetings, he's always kind of looking out for the athletes and really taking that role upon himself.
3, 2, 1, here we are, kicking it off. Tom Pfeiffer, let's see what he do. He's such a technician. The steeper it gets, the better he gets into the face with ease and power.
Yeah, Tom is cooking now. He's got a whole bunch of speed as we see him making his way, trying to get up and over this wind lip, and he couldn't quite get the lip that he was looking for. He got below the track set by Christopher and Carl, so he's going to come back over towards the central couloir.
Through this little rocky band, you can see them uncovering rocks and into this next couloir. A quick sit down.
Super rocky in this section, so Tom really needs to navigate this well. Getting up and over on top of the ridge. Now looking for the exact trajectory for the takeoff on this next air. Tom Pfeiffer up high. You can see there's no other track. He's cut out another slab on the other side as that's moving, but Tom stomps that big air, and he's got more lurking below him. Getting way up high on this double. There's a nice little pocket there. Tom executing perfectly.
That was the run Tom needed, straight to his feet. He's just got to get through this bottom whoopee zone. Get to the finish line, Tom.
So Tom Pfeiffer through the finish. You can see that wasn't exactly what he wanted. I know on that wind lip that Christopher and Carl flipped off, he wanted to do the same, but he just got a little too low on it. But going deep on this first air, and then the speed maybe on this second, or on this turn, yeah, you can see he passed the track right there that he needed to be in, but then finding a huge air here and landing perfectly.
Really smart riding, really smart scoping. That side of the venue has proven that the snow is softer, it's staying more consistent, and he's able to make it through and really just hold out this flat landing.
Yeah, super brief touchdown. The second, the ledge on that double was so short that Tom had to be very precise with his foot placement as he made it down. You see the Mammut line tracker there. So you could kind of tell by the body language, it wasn't that...
Deep than not. I don't know. It's nothing. I couldn't hit my windlet. I couldn't hit my main air. I couldn't really do pretty much half my line.
Well, there you go. That's an insight into the run for Tom Pfeiffer. So a 72-point run, and Tom moves into 4th so far.
Still not a bad position. We've seen a lot of falls, and there's no guarantee that there won't be more.
Absolutely. So from Tom Pfeiffer, we go back up to the top. Timo Rolshoven, this man riding out of Germany. He is a peak performance rider, and we haven't seen him ski for a while. He was very, very ill in Canada, so he wasn't able to take the start gate for the Kicking Horse Pro, but the Scott rider is in the start and completely healthy now. Taking a huge, well, making a great start on the freeride world of his freeride world tour career with a 5th place and then a 6th in Valto. So he's going to be looking to back that up. First season on the tour, brand new to it this year, but certainly not new to freeride. He got a medal at the Junior World Championships back in 23. So Timo Rolshoven looking to put his stamp here on the face at the Georgia Pro.
This guy drops cliffs in the winter and in the summer. He's so good in the air. I think this is going to be an exciting rider to watch again. Really consistent, 5th, 6th place. He's not one to count out as he makes his way down the venue to that far skier's left side.
Oh yeah, going into these ledgy drops, big 360 for Timo, managing to connect perfectly and then having to pop over those next couple of rocks. Now holding the fall line, as we haven't seen anyone take off this big booster. Gets it. No, well, hard to tell from the powder cloud. Looked like a Rodeo 7 on that one, but it was really hard to tell. Timo popping the shifty now as he moves back into the central couloir. We've got this little band of pepper that he's going to pop over, and then looking like he's going to make his way over to this double section that we've seen play out quite well for quite a few riders.
Exactly, making that first air, perfect control, 360 off the bottom, and
holds
muscling it out.
Timo's so strong, and now just coming across the debris pile. It was hard to tell on that upper section what he was able to do. He's got more to come, though. Timo Rolshoven with a 360 and landing in the powder. So he is almost safe through the arch, as he just needs to make his way. You can see it's quite bumpy. There's a lot of undulations in the terrain there, as Timo making short work of that venue.
Such a strong rookie season for this rider out of Germany.
Mais genre vraiment pas posé ou genre parce que tout le reste c'était hyper dur.
Mis un peu la hanche contre un switch.
Ouais, sur comment le replay avec le nuage il voit pas, il compte ça comme.
Non mais je ride en switch pendant 5 secondes.
Ah merde.
Ah c'est dommage.
You can hear the boys catching up there. So Timo getting the 360 up high here on the face Hadley. This would set the tone for this run.
So strong. Just everything is a 4-point landing for him, and this is the one that we couldn't see.
Oh, a bit of a splat landing there with the 7. You can see, yeah, getting super corked there. He comes around, and then he just disappears into the snow. We have no idea what happened. Oh, he came out switched, though, so definitely not a clean one. And then this double, Timo going early takeoff 360, tip-tap on the rocks.
And I think he's the first one to trick that bottom, right?
I think so.
And actually one of the few to be able to make use of that bottom wind lip.
Yeah, you can't come at that one full speed. We saw Mathis Fornessier going down on that one, going too fast. So Timo going the speed where he's able to pump those rolls.
Mec, trop dit que t'es encore là, mec. Moi, je pensais Toby, t'as la dropout, mais...
Moi, j'avais déjà la peste dans les
mains. Ouais.
All right, well, score coming in for Timo, that's a 55. So yeah, for sure, definitely a control issue as he disappeared into the powder cloud. Kind of looked like he was on his side and then come out switch. So Timo Rolshoven, 55-point run as we are rolling through the ski men's category here at the Georgia Pro. Caucasus Mountains providing the backdrop. Martin Bender, Toby Rafford, Carl Rigner Eriksson Tom Pfeiffer and Mathis Fornacier. That is your top 5. And the line for crashes is at Mathis. He went down big. Here we go. Ordino Arcalis' own. This is Joan Aracil from Andorra, a rookie brand new on the tour this year. Joan with an 11th in the first event back in Spain and then 14th and 21st. And he is looking to fire us up here at the Georgia Pro.
Right off that top cliff, coming in hot with these really nice racer-style turns into the heartbreak zone. Let's see if he can make
he
it through.
does it. Joan Aracil landing that feature that has caused so many riders so much trouble into the rocks, but splitting his feet and making it work, holding the fall line. Oh, we are on a ride here with Joan Aracil, and he gets it. He is still on his feet. That was electric and wild.
That was some quick reactions, quick thinking, or probably just quick instinct with these skiers. They have practiced that. They've put themselves in positions where they have to move on their feet instinctually really fast, and he just was at almost a triple, I guess. Quite a fast bottom for the rookie. He is right below the cut, and he does not want to be.
How did you manage that speed?
I don't know, but I managed it. Fuck.
The great question there from Bender. How did you manage that speed? Let's take a look at this replay as Joan gets things started off and he hits the throttle and never lets off it.
But I think this is where he does better. He's going a little bit slower than all the other riders and able to stay a little bit more on the tails of his skis. And then this is when it turns electric.
Yeah, hit the afterburners there, flying over the pepper. Never releases from the fall line, flying off that one. One ski bounces out. And then he gets out of that debris pile into the powder where he can slow down a little bit. Joan Aracil with a wild ride Mammut line tracker showing the whole bottom half of the face pretty much directly straight down, picking up speed but managing it like a boss. All right, we see what the judges have to say about that. 78.33. So Joan Aracil into 4th with that electric ride down this Kakhiani face.
Nice day. Big bro.
All right, good little catch up there from those riders as we flying through the field now. And we go straight from one Spanish-speaking rider to another. The next man, he had an absolutely incredible run in kicking horse. It is, of course, Abel Moga, the Spanish freeride sensation with a silver medal around his neck from the last event. This guy lost all his luggage. He is in a collection of other riders' gear. He's skiing on Joan's skis. They ride both for the head team. As you can see, Abel Moga pushing out of the start gate. Riders right, we haven't seen a lot of action in this section.
We have not. Huge air off that top section. Moving down the venue, making his way through. He sounded a little nervous this morning. I wonder if he's pulling it back a little. He's sitting in 6th overall, and I think he just needs a good, solid score.
Yeah, he said he just wanted to keep it kind of together, not go too haywire, as Abel Moga in this way riders right cool wire trying to hold on. There's a couple of, pile of avalanche debris there, and Abel Moga into the section where we've only seen Taylor Dobbins go so far, and clean and through that. So nice, solid run there for Abel Moga on entirely borrowed kit, just hoping to be reunited soon. And getting plugged up in one of those wind features. You think you're done when you're down in the flats, but that one just ate up all of Abel's speed.
It did, yeah. Bonus season on the tour, wildcarded on after the first event, and has really shown that he can still do it, as coming off of a 2nd place there in kicking horse at the last event.
Yeah, it's kind of a long road from that way skiers right couloir back to the finish. So Abel just making his way down. As he said, he was looking for a steady one here. He's a little bit uncomfortable on entirely borrowed equipment. He does have his own ski boots, which is huge. Always travel with your ski boots carry-on, kids, if you're moving around the globe with ski gear. As we look back here, the top of Abel Moga's run, really different take on that upper section.
Very different. Smart as these riders get further down the start list. They want to find fresh landings, fresh takeoffs. And yeah, again, this was just a simple, clean safety line for the rider.
Yeah, so Abel keeping it smart, keeping it safe and simple as he just holds the line on that couloir. He's got this nice little double drop at the bottom, just landing on the good side of that rock well and then kicking over that wind feature. So you saw on the judges' bars line score a little bit lower when you look at the technical difficulty of some of the other parts of the face. That's kind of why that looks like that, as we're going to see what the judges have to say about it. But clean and safe from top to bottom for Abel.
Hola. Tranquilamente, Peñita. Estaba la cosa seria. Seria, seria.
Exactly.
Saltitos, saltitos, saltitos.
What does it mean? Saltitos.
Little jumps.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Little jumps.
Saltitos.
I mean, they weren't that little.
I mean, I guess on Abel's scale.
The snow was super deep, eh?
Yeah, really deep.
Yeah, they are looking at my little jumps.
Saltitos.
Saltitos.
I guess any jump without
Dude,
a front
your
flip in
360
it
was
is
like
little for Abel Moga.
Fuck, you landed on the flat.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, I want to do this. With my chicken legs.
Yeah. Well, but they work it, bro.
Apparently, yeah. Bah ouais, c'est vraiment ça. Hein.
Did Juan land? Did you see?
What?
Juan?
Juan, yeah.
He landed?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Volve.
He did the double with a lot of speed.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
Bueno, ¿qué?
Great moments behind the curtain there between Abel Moga and Martin Bender. 69! He loves it! Abel Moga. Oh, that was a dance there for the score from Abel Moga. And keep in mind, that's an average score from all the judges. So just happened to land on that number for Abel Moga as we are back up to the top. Next man in the start gate, coming off a win at Kicking Horse, the Golden Pro winning at home for the Maple Leaf. As we see here the replay of his run in Golden, Marcus Gogan, he went out so hot and put down one of the strongest runs, that huge backflip Hadley, and then this. Overexposure, are you kidding?
Just so wild, and his run here last year in Georgia was also nothing to compete with.
Yeah, the stats here from the Whistler Freeride Club's Marcus Gogan, he's either been on the podium or he's crashed in every single one of his Freeride World Tour runs. Marcus has been a little under the weather. We'll see if he's able to rise up to bring it today. Marcus Gogan on course in Georgia.
Here we go, taking this top air. Signature, easy as pie, 360, getting on that downhill ski and prepping for something else. What are we gonna have?
Cork 7, Marcus Gogan's big splash, but he's clean. Huge cork 7 off that launcher, and he's going way across the face now, coming in to line up off this next nose. Marcus Gogan with a lofty 360, holding on to that one too. Now he's got to get himself in the fall line and connect the dots. Marcus Gogan, he's going to get over here. Is he going to go for the extra credit? He's got a lot of speed, but he manages it. Marcus Gogan now lofting a screaming seaman and stopped. Marcus Gogan with an enormous run here at the Georgia Pro. Pointed top to bottom, cork 7 off that top feature. I don't even know what to say about this guy.
I mean, I think we know who you love the most on this tour, Derek, but as you said, he looked so sick the last 3 days, has been in bed, barely getting out, so to be able to pull that run out is quite an accomplishment. Let's go back and look at this fire run. Again, huge 360, so easy for him, and then sets himself up for this big styly 3.
Spinning down the pipe, so not alley-oop, exploding into the snow. His foot gets a little away from him. The air and style bars absolutely maxed. Then 3-ing off this one, using every ounce of strength he had, and then managing the Screamin' Seaman, taking it all the way, clicked to the max. Marcus Gauguin, top to bottom. He was green at the riders meeting yesterday. He didn't get out of bed except to go to the meeting. Seeing him, I asked him if he was going to be able to compete. He said, honestly, I'm not sure. So 2 comps in a row, he has been just floored by the flu. Look, he's empty. The tank completely empty there for Marcus Gauguin. Usually he's so animated in the finish, but yeah.
Martin. What?
How'd it go?
Well, not good, but after your run, not as good.
Well, humble moment there from Martin
96.
Bender. As the score for Marcus Gauguin, it's coming up, 92.33. He takes over the hot seat. Is this going to be a normal thing? Marcus has to be sick as a dog to compete and put down these runs on the Freeride World Tour. So Bender out, Gauguin in to the hot seat. Incredible. You can just see it in his face. This kid is flat as a pancake right now, but he rose to the occasion and put down an absolutely insane run here in Georgia. Again.
Again.
Exactly what I wanted, but it went.
93.3. Il y a un petit vent qui est en train de se lever là.
Well, it looks like he doesn't have anybody to talk to there. He's just looking off into the distance. So Gauguin, Bender, Rafford, and down we go. A 92.3 run for Marcus Gauguin as we continue through the field. Ski men delivering a roller coaster. Huge runs and huge crashes becoming the norm as we go back up. Scott Ryder, Virgile Didier. This man has been a real standout. One of very few rookies that are on the good side of the cut right now. Going huge. He's so strong. He's so fast. The French rider, incredible. He's just so good at skiing. And I love watching Virgile ski because he's so powerful, riding out of Chamonix, no stranger to big terrain, Hadley, ready to get it going here on the Georgia Pro Face.
Exactly like you said, he's one of my favorite riders for his technique alone. The man knows how to bend and turn a ski. And you'll see right off the top, coming in so strong, so aggressive, skis in the fall line, cooking towards that next wind lip.
Yeah, going huge! Getting tossed and landing it. He's so strong. It looked like that lip sent him just straight up in the air. Now a big backflip for Virgile. So a really strong start as he powers his way through this rider's left side of the face.
And making his way through this now pretty rocky section easily in big air. Again, the snow on this side looks so much better. Another big backflip, and I'm guessing we might see a tuck, but maybe it's a little too wompy at the bottom.
Yeah, Virgile said he was going to try to do it. It's becoming his trademark, but as you say, you can see his skis flapping and bucking. But another strong run from the Chamonix rookie. This guy has really cemented his spot in the ski men's field on the tour.
Yeah, a 9th, a 7th, and a 5th, always consistent. Such a good skier. He's really one of my favorites on the tour.
Yeah, good vibes too. Virgile, always nice to be around. Getting things started. This fall line approach, he lands and then just straight down. All he can do is hold the fall line there off that second step and then motoring into this windlet.
I don't know if he meant to go this big. Look at that height. Virgile coming in, and then the first of 2 backflips for his run. Solid 4-point landing. And again, one more for the crowd.
Yeah, perfect execution on that one. You could see some rocks in a bomb hole above him. Well, if you don't want to land in rocks, just go further. Virgile Didier maxing out the sendometer there as he flies down to the bottom. Now he's going to wait for his score.
Merde, je me suis fait prendre le pied à côté de la lip.
Well, there's a lot for the judges to compare it to. Virgile trying to get his legs back in the game as they got a workout on that one. Stomping that wind lip air where he went literally double the height of anybody else. And you can see arms and legs seeking balance, but he pulled it back together just in time for the landing, and that was a big impact, but he handled it like an absolute legend. The Scott rider now score dropping for Virgil as we see it come in 89.17, so into third for Virgil Didier. The judges loving that as he puts himself into podium contention. The French rider, big run there for Virgil.
We head back up. Let's look first at the score. We got Gogan, Bender, and Didier, and then Radford right in fourth. As we make our way down, and then we start in that 16th place. A lot of skiers have gone down.
All right, well, back up to the top, another huge contender. This man is looking for just a little bit of luck. He has had some winning runs derailed on his Freeride World Tour career. Wei Chen Ho riding for peak performance, and he is out of the gate and ready to go.
13th overall, again, right on the good side of the cut. Such a creative, fun rider. Big 360, easily stomped.
So floaty there, so much style for Wei Chen Ho. He's one of the strongest riders on the tour as he pushes his way into this rocky section right off the nose of that, keeping it flowing, keeping it fall line and fluid. Wei Chen Ho now into the little gully. We're going to see him reappear on top of this big buttress, popping off that, and perfect connection with the snow. So Wei Chen looking solid now as he comes into this upper section where we've seen a few riders make a go of it as a double. Wei Chen clean and exiting. Now he's just got to navigate this giant debris pile as he comes across, hopefully able to manage all these bumps.
Into the final feature of the day. Really strong riding. I think that was a smart move by him. He just shows his technique. He's got that cool, drippy, lit, easy style. All the words that the kids are saying these days, Wei Chen embodies it.
Yeah, solid. Wei Chen, you know, was looking...
Hard work, eh? Excuse me, man. What the hell, bro?
What the hell, bro? Wei Chen's reaction to Marcus's run. So really technical 360 right off the top there, and then arcing across, getting up into the rocks, bumping up and over, all the way down. A big air there. That one was bigger in the replay than it looked live, and then nice and clean. Wei Chen said a little bit of a strategic approach. He's got a couple crashes and, you know, one reasonable finish, so looking for a keeper result here to keep himself on the good side. We'll see what the judges thought of it.
You can see that line tracker, beautiful choice down this gorgeous face. I can see why the riders love it.
It catches you because it's deep. Sometimes it's not like that.
So 83.33 for Wei Chen, so he slides into sixth there. Little bit of strategic approach there, wants to keep himself on the good side of the cut. Wei Chen Ho right now in sixth with only 2 riders to go. So we have Ross Tester and Oscar Mandin only left at the top. Ross Tester, the next man out of the gate, futuristic is the way I describe Ross's skiing. He is, if you put into AI, make me a freeride skier, this is what you'd get. Perfect technique, unbelievable bag of freestyle, super bold in his line choices. We've seen him a couple times already this year landing switch and powder to various effect, and a win under his belt in the first event of the year. Ross Tester riding out of Palisades, Lake Tahoe, also doing some coaching last year for the Alta Bird team up there in Salt Lake City. So he's a bit of a man of the world and a big threat to the guy sitting in the hot seat right now as Ross Tester starting his campaign here at the Georgia Pro.
Second to last rider on the face, finding his entrance. Such good.
Acid drop 360, and no, his skis go sideways.
I think his first ski came off right away. Nope, still on.
He's chasing it.
Chasing it.
We've got a police chase here. Ross Tester trying to get ahead of the ski so he can stop it. Oh, going for the tackle, but not making it. That ski is just taking off. Not to make light of the crash, but Ross Tester, I mean, can we just consider that he's skiing a World Tour venue on one foot?
I think next time you go out skiing, just try to ski a groomer on one foot and then imagine what Ross Tester did. Just like you said, not the run he wanted, but Ross doesn't have just the standard bag of tricks. You see some of these riders, you know, they have their front flip that they always do, their flat spin that they always do, but Ross can do anything. Let's see what happened here. Just right
he
on
landed on the rock. Yeah, his trajectory a little bit too far to the skier's left, kind of acid dropping off that when we've seen other riders take a little bit more speed into that feature, but Ross just going from almost a standstill to a, and then this is just wild. I mean, he's going so fast. He goes for the tackle, but just a touch short. Normally that would have worked, kicking the ski out, and now just going huge off that bottom feature with the double tip grab truck driver. Ross Tester, well, that's a bit of a sigh of relief for Marcus, but a bummer for Ross, as we knew he had big plans on this face.
That's brutal. 706. Thanks for watching.
Ross is all good. Again, one of the most talented riders on this tour. Not his day today, unfortunately. But yeah, I think this man, he really can do so much on skis, so versatile. Really, really great rider.
He should almost get an extra score for the one ski free riding there, chasing his ski down. That was incredibly athletic.
Yeah, Bodie Miller style.
Yeah, exactly. Ross Tester. So not, as you said, not his day. Just a bit of a trajectory error on that first 360. Bold start though, and we are going back up to the top. The last man on the venue today. This will be Oscar Mandin, riding out of Morzine Avoriaz, part of that massive Porte du Soleil complex. And this guy, I mean, he's just playing with gravity. He has the backflips of a ski god every time he pushes out of the start gate. It is exciting. Oscar still looking for his first win. He's got a couple podiums under his belt and a bit of a mixed bag this year. 19th in the first event, then 4th and 10th, sitting in 10th overall, and he's going to be looking to fire us up for the last run of the day.
Always some pressure to put on the final candle of this cake.
Well, and you've seen, you know, sometimes riders feel a disadvantage dropping late, but Marcus, Virgil, and Wei Tian putting down very solid runs late in the field. So Oscar Mandin, the last man to drop, and getting ready to blow our minds here.
Right off the top, muscling through the bottom of that air, straight into the windlip.
Oh, nice 360, and no, Oscar Mandin going down. The way he took off almost with a hand drag. That windlip has proven really difficult. It's really, I mean, that's brutal for Oscar, but it's really interesting. On some days, some features are good to go, others not so much. And that windlip, I mean, we saw it take Chablot down, we saw it take Astrid Chelus down. Now Oscar going down on it, the middle feature gobbling up a bunch of riders. So Oscar just going to try to make his way up through that deep powder. His ski just hanging out there, trying to dig it out of its tomb. As we look back, solid start from Oscar here, Hadley.
Yeah, really rolled right off the top, held it right by those rocks, really sniped that landing, prepared himself. The set was perfect, the 3 was perfect, but just a little bit backseat. Those tails really just shot out from right underneath him.
Yeah, almost looks like that was the one stiff spot in the landing. Other people bogging, Oscar bounced.
Yeah.
So it could have been a result of you know, either the recovery of Astrid's skis or Chablot's skis, but he found the one hard spot on this Kakhiani face and going down for Oscar Mandin. So he's got his ski back on his foot and is making his way off the face. That's going to be another rider with a no score. So really varied outcomes here in, well, I was going to say ski men, but it was all the fields. We had spectacular and we had devastating, and really very little middle.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, you could really see that riders' right side of the venue had a lot of variability. It took a lot of riders down. The left side, not so much, but maybe wasn't able for people to boost their line score as high. So it's kind of a tricky as a rider. Which one are you going to choose?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're rolling the dice at the best of times on a line choice. Riders left, the score, you know, maybe not the full complement of line score available, as you said, but then in the middle and the riders right, some serious risks for the riders just in being able to finish the run at all. So dice roll as Oscar comes down safe and sound. We have all riders down safe and healthy. A big hug there for Oscar Mandin. And well, it looks like that's another win on the Kakhiani face for Marcus Goguen. A no score for Oscar. Just trying to see what he's got to say. All right, well, let's take a look here, Hadley, at the event scoreboard. Here's what happened in Ski Men.
As you said, Marcus Goguen on top, sick as a dog, but pulling out a 92.3. The Swiss rider, Martin Bender, at second place. Virgil with his first podium of the tour. Toby right behind him. And Carl coming out first and held fifth all the way down. And then you just see the sea of crashes starting at 14. Skis going off, skis getting cemented into the snow, just parked.
Yeah, a tough day for a big chunk of the field. As you said, Hadley, from 14 to 20, no score. And a few crashes above that as we look here at our winner, Marcus Goguen. A big hug there from Justine Dufour-Lapont, fellow Canadian. Big hugs and high fives as we are going to get our riders together for the flower ceremony with the podium riders. Incredible action from the Georgia Pro. This is what's happened now with the overall rankings. Marcus Goguen taking sole ownership of that Golden Bib. Martin Bender moving way up to second, bumping Valley Rayner, and Valley bumping Ben Richards. As we see a few riders moving, shuffling around. Toby Rafford there, Wei Tian Ho up into 10th place. As we see now where the cut, we've got Oscar Mandin on the good side, both Turdell and Carl jumping up and over, and Tenla dropping down to below the cut. So it's all to play for as we move on. Tom Pfeiffer jumping quite a ways up, well in touch, and a tough one for Maxime Chablot. 4 events, 4 no scores. A real hard one for the 2022 world champ there.
Here is our men's podium. 3 great guys right there. 1, 2, 3. Marcus, Martin, and Virgil Didier rounding it out for his first podium.
Well, some happy ski men there. Virgil Didier taking his first podium. Bender and Marcus Goguen, the new generation of free riders. Such solid riding, so strong. Incredible day today. We are going to go down to the finish line to catch up with the back-to-back winner of the Georgia Pro, taking it in 24, taking it again in 25. Marcus Goguen, huge run for you. First of all, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling better for sure. I was feeling a little not so well. Had the a bit of a stomach flu yesterday, but woke up feeling better this morning, and knew we just had to go for it. And good conditions, a little punchy, but it was good fun. And I didn't exactly do what I wanted to do, but managed to make it down in one piece, and it was great conditions, really fun.
Yeah, huge 360 at the top, and then the cork 7 on that booter. We saw Timo have a little bit of trouble with that landing. What was the landing like for you?
It was pretty flat, but it was deep, so I can thank that for landing it, I guess.
Big thanks to the powder. Well, we're watching the run on the screen here, that lofty 360, and then pinned out the bottom. Love the Screamin' Seaman. That's new to the arsenal.
Yep, just nearly lost it there. Pretty sketchy, but yeah, it was good fun.
All right, well, big congratulations to Marcus Goguen, taking the win again in Georgia and taking the lead in the overall rankings on the Freeride World Tour for ski men. Big day for Marcus, big day for ski men, big day for the Freeride World Tour, the Georgia Pro. Just lighting it up, fireworks across the board. Incredible action in the Caucasus Mountains. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the post show. Wow, well, the Georgia Pro delivering the fireworks once again. Hadley and I have been out in the community. We got these beautiful Georgian hats. We've had a good time. Georgia, thank you. It's been incredible, and what a show we had. It was a roller coaster today.
Roller coaster of emotions. You know, it's been a roller coaster of a week, roller coaster of a day. You can see our hats being made just to the right there. Derek making the one that is currently on his head. Yeah. Awesome time in this beautiful country. We're so happy to be here, and what a venue. But again, a lot of highs and a lot of lows today.
Yeah, just a real roller coaster. So now it's your chance to dive in and have your say. The rider of the day. Go on to freerideworldtour.com and have your vote. All categories are open and available. All riders are in play. Rider of the day, it could be anybody. Who floated your boat? Who filled your cup? Who's riding? Just got your free ride fire fueled up. The rider of the day, let's hear it. Get on there, freerideworldtour.com, and you can have your vote. Incredible action. This Kakhiani face, it really delivers. You know, we're 2 events in to the Georgia Pro, 2 years in, and both times we've just seen some incredible runs. And this time, maybe more than ever, some real challenges with snow conditions, line selection, all of the above.
Exactly. I think this is a true free ride face. So far, it's been my favorite to watch. I think it shows technical riding, Aaron style tricks, but yeah, you also have to know how to read snow, which is a really important skill set for freeride skiers.
Big time, yeah, and features that were bread and butter last year proved to be absolutely devastating for a big chunk of all 4 categories this year. So as we move on through the season, we're looking forward next year for the first time ever to the FIS Freeride World Championships. We have an in-depth look at exactly what that's going to look like.
My goal since I started freeriding was to become world champion.
The first ever FIS Freeride World Championships is coming to Ordino Arcalis, Andorra in February 2026.
There's more on the line than anything can happen. As a rider, you feel the magnitude of that and just want to add to the legacy.
The world's best freeriders will compete for the prestigious title of Freeride World Champion in a one-run format where everything is at stake. With riders competing for their countries in 4 thrilling competitions: ski men, ski women, snowboard men and snowboard women. This marks a groundbreaking chapter in freeride history. This is where legends will rise. This is the FIS Freeride World Championships.
You saw it there, the Freeride World Championships. It's going to be an exciting addition to this series. The world champs, bringing it all together. This is what the athletes are going for.
Yeah, they will be, somebody will be crowned, well, 4 people will be crowned for the first time ever Freeride World Champion. So the FIS Freeride World Championships coming to Andorra. The return to Andorra, it's been a home of the Freeride World Tour for years, and we cannot wait for that. Next February, we're going to stay tuned. We'll see team selections and everything going on based on results this year from the Freeride World Tour, from the challengers. It's so exciting to see Freeride just firing into the future. So the future for us is Fieberbrunn. That is a wrap for the Freeride World Tour Georgia Pro 2025. But the circus moves on. We're heading to Austria. We cannot wait to see you there. Please join us next for the Fieberbrunn Pro. Thanks for joining us.
Willkommen, willkommen, willkommen to Austria. The Fieberbrunn Pro
goes for
the back,
brings it round, and looking pretty solid.
Keep fucking fast.
Taking it back straight out of the gate.
I lost the helmet. No helmet.
Oh my god.
No.
Huge!
Wow!
The run was so sick, dude! Benji!